very useful for things like this, because you can move all the little bits and the components around, and at the end it still looks as if you thought it through from the start. With those, I can do any number of drafts, but whatever I do, whatever kind of book it is, every day, if I'm in my shed or wherever else I am, I will go and I will read aloud the thing that I wrote the previous day, the previous chapter or chapters that I wrote the previous day. I will rapidly edit it for style, by which time I will be in the zone for writing the next bit. And so there's a sort of little hopping kind of technique that I use, which means that line by line it's always pretty clean because I've been editing it throughout. So there is never that moment where there's a really dirty first draft that has to be cleaned up linguistically. With me, the problem is always structure. So a structural thing can be, I mean, I can take it to bits 3 or 4 times before submitting it, or sometimes I'm just give them the first draft if it feels clean. It really does depend on the way the book came out into the world, and I've realized that there is no typical book, and I don't think there ever will be.
Oh, so 2 minutes. One more question, very quickly. Anybody? Still in the blue with bid?
Thanks. Just going back to the sort of, I suppose, the genre question of writing across multiple things. Do you feel you have sort of different sets of audiences? Do you feel you have people who maybe read everything you've written, and people who only read these books, and people who wait for those books, or do you have a sense of that?
I do. I always find it very interesting to see who turns up to my talks. Different events have different demographics, so cons have a different demographic to, let's say, Hay on Wye or Cheltenham. That's not necessarily the reading demographic either, so I also get information from the people who follow me on social media, talk to me there, write to me via my website, and the people who follow my newsletter. It's clear to me that I've got several different audiences, and some of them will only read the crime novels, the psychological thrillers, because crime this is good, because it means that I have perhaps more longevity in my career than if I'd only written for one kind of person and within one narrow field. And this, I hope, is what's kept me going all this time, and hopefully will continue to do it. So thank you for that, and thank you all of you for being here and for being part of that, because I know to whom I owe this thing, and I'm hoping I can do it for a lot longer.
I'm joined today by a lovely set of panelists, Diane, Juliet, Peter and Joel. How about a round of introductions from yourselves, or would you rather I did? I know you all write fantasy, so let's do that let's cover that as a carpet statement. Carpet statement?
Blanket statement.
Blanket statement, yes, carpet blankets. Yeah. But actually, if you say about a few things, if you wanted to do a couple of sentences about yourself and what you write and where we can buy your stuff. And let's start with Juliet.
My name is Juliet McKenna. I have been published since 1999. I started out writing epic fantasy, swords, sorcery, wizards, dragons, dirty work at the crossroads. These days I'm writing contemporary fantasy with a hero who has one foot in the everyday world where he has to make his living as a carpenter and one foot in the supernatural world because his mother was a dryad, or she still is a dryad. In between times I've written an Arthurian retelling from the point of view of the women in the story called The Cleaving. You can find most of my books in the dealer's room, either on the Wizard's Tower table or the Books on the Hill table. And when it comes to writing fight scenes, BristolCon was the place where fandom discovered I am a third Dan Aikido black belt. Because John Meany and I were on a panel about writing fight scenes, and John said, "Well, I'm coming in the car, I could bring some mats," because John and I have trained together. And I said, "Well, I'm coming in the car, I could bring some weapons." And he said, "Yeah, that would work." Nobody actually warned Joe Abercrombie, who was the other person on the panel, and he got a bit of a surprise.
Thanks. Yeah. You want to go first? Yeah.
My turn there. I'm Diane Joanne. I write fantasy. I've been writing fantasy since 1979. The series of most interest in this regard would be the Little Kingdom's work, because everyone has swords, and most of them look like absolutely something Oakshott would recognize. There's not a whole
day who Oakshott is now.
Oh yeah, we'll get to him. He's hot stuff. There are not a whole lot of swords in the Wizard's book. Maybe occasional one, every now and then it turns up. And there are many too few swords in the Star Trek work. That's all I can say. You know, the memory of George Takei charging down the hall, waving that place. You know, he looked good in that. He looked as hot as Logan, I'm going to tell you.
Well, there is your Saharian, of course.
Well, yeah.
It's in a little separate world that they have fenced off for your amusement.
Oh yeah, well, it's true. You see, I have my PR department with me. This is too cool. My books are largely available online. Amazon is your best bet, because I have to say with endless regret that because of Brexit, our online store is not able to sell directly into the UK anymore. Because
not yet.
What Her Majesty's Customs and Excise wants from me from that privilege is painful to behold, and entails a whole lot of paperwork that no one in the right mind would want to deal with.
Copy editing, His Majesty's.
Yeah, true. I keep forgetting. It's a problem. Beyond that, I've trained in EIDO, long enough. I have no, qualification. I had to move away from New York along that point. But the one sword fight I've ever actually been in was conducted with a mop angle at a bus stop near Macy's, quite late at night. And I was very glad to have studied the art of sword that night. So yeah, I learned something about the fighting part. Also the stitching up the afterwards, because I used to be a nurse. So.
Joe?
Hi, I'm Joel Corner. I write fantasy, as everyone has stated here, mostly swashbuckling pirate stories. I published The Seastone Sword first in 2014. Fingers crossed, a new version is coming out next year. When I first wrote it in 2014, I was the only queer person in the village. Now I work for Oxford University Press. I am part of the Oxford Queer Society, and having new perspectives and new ideas coming to me. I have the brilliant privilege of being able to rewrite my first book with a much fresher eyes, and hopefully it won't be quite as depressing. And now I'm in the wonderful position of rewriting my fight scenes, which I think is going to be relevant. I personally couldn't fight my way out of the paper bag, so please don't bring any paper bags. Oh yes, I was the Dungeon Master for the Campaign Trail podcast, a podcast about playing Dungeons and Dragons to simulate a general election, where we got a goblin named Gorlak the Betrayer elected Prime Minister. It was weirder than it sounds.
This sounded weird enough.
I was going to say, it sounds more than unusual.
Peter.
Hi, I'm Peter Moore, and I've been writing professionally since 1983. The first sword fights I wrote were based on the little I knew from watching samurai movies. This was back in the days when samurai sword fighting was strange and unusual and not used by everybody. Since then, I've been writing fantasy based in Russian history meets Russian folklore, and it works. My books are available currently from Amazon. Probably. That particular ebook contract expires next year, whereupon I get to rewrite my books as well with more information about getting the sword fights right and which end of the sword the bullets come out of. And has no qualifications, but when I was in the Royal Air Force I was taught unarmed combat, which is not the same as martial arts at all. It's an education in how fragile people can be.
Cool. You kind of all touched on the bit that I was going to ask first, which is, I mean, we've hopefully you haven't been here for my reading, which was a bit of a cheek to do anyway, because it has a fight. But what do you find most difficult about writing fight scenes? Any yep?
Avoiding the technicalities, because to know how to write a proper fight scene, you need to know how to fight properly with a sword, which means looking things up if you haven't been trained to do it. And as any writer will tell you, once you've spent a long time looking stuff up, you have the great desire to let everyone know how much knowledge you have gained.
We're showing
Now it's your turn. The trick is knowing which bits to leave out, what angle you're going to take while writing a sword fight. Is it going to be protracted, forensic, and cancel that word. When writing a fight, are you going to be protracted, accurate, and forensic, like, for example, the gunfights in Glendon Swarthout's novel The Shootist, which are described as though a forensic pathologist was breaking down the action? Or are you going to ignore all the technical moves that you have carefully studied, get inside your protagonist's or antagonist's head, and rely on the emotion, the fear, the exhilaration? It varies depending on the approach you want to take, but it does help to know all sides of it, and it helps to know which bits to leave out.
Yeah, less is more. It's very much a touchstone if you're writing a fight scene. In my first drafts, there will be a very detailed description of a fight, because I am getting that out of my head and onto the page, so I can visualise it. When I go through the revision phase, I will take out probably more out of fight scenes than anything else I write, because the words are getting in the way. If I say, our hero parries a stroke, steps to the side and gets in his sword underneath somebody else's jaw, that's all I need to say. I don't need to describe the exact angle of the blade, the twist of the wrist. I need to know that, speaking personally, I need to visualise that when I'm creating the picture in my own head. But if I put all of that detail on the page, it just gets in the reader's way. And point of view is crucial. One of the things that real fights are very short. And protracted fight scenes where your protagonist is editorialising as he goes. And I took my opportunity to use the riposte that I had learned from my mentor so-and-so way back when. You'd get as far as I saw, and he'd get a sword through the side of the head and he'd be bleeding on the ground. Because you have to have complete and utter focus when you're in the middle of a fight. And when you're writing a fight scene, you have to decide who is telling the story, the point of view. Because if it's the person who is actually in the middle of the action, they have got an incredibly tight focus on the person right in front of them trying to kill them. They have no idea what's going on behind them. They have no idea what's going on 6 feet away. They certainly have no clue what's going on the other side of the battlefield. If you want to write a fight scene where you want big picture stuff, you have to have somebody who is standing off to one side and observing, which means they can't be in the thick of the action unless somebody puts an arrow through the head. So less is more, and think very, very carefully about whose point of view you are telling this fight scene from.
This is a brief bounce off what Julie just said about the tight focus required in the sword fight. Something which has always vexed me is the female sword fighter who wears Red Sonja, who wears next to nothing because it distracts my opponents. Right. There are some opponents, gay opponents, who are not going to be distracted in the slightest. I will be distracted. Most opponents will not be distracted either.
Flabbergasted, maybe.
Blade beats boobs.
Yep, always.
The blade is the thing that's going to kill you.
Yeah.
You pay more attention to that than any amount of curves and bounciness. See the curves and bounciness later, especially if you're in the world of Westeros, where this happens a lot. But the pointy bit or the thing that the bullets come out of are what you pay more attention to. And any amount of burbling about, I dress like this. They don't realise I'm armed until their heads are rolling on the ground. Once your head's rolling on the ground, you don't realise anything.
You watch the eyes. You don't watch the weapon, you watch the eyes. Because the intent to use the weapon is behind the eyes.
Yeah.
Distraction.
There's a lot of telegraphing that people are unaware of. That was what my instructor told me. He said, just mind what I'm doing with this. I'm not going to kill you, otherwise, but I will let you know what I'm going to do, and it's your job to catch me doing it before I do it. That very much. But the thing that keeps coming up for me is having to split that vital difference between what's really happening when you're in the middle of a sword fight and what your audience has been conditioned to think a sword fight ought to look like. The ridiculously prolonged, let's all spin around and turn our back on the guy with the sword, please. Honest, it's like no one does that more than once. It's like Terry's line about the mushrooms. And any mushroom is edible once.
Yep.
And there are some mistakes that, no matter how good your training is, will edit themselves out of the gene pool real quickly and edit you out at the same time.
Compare the sword fight in Pirates of the Caribbean, the protracted in the water wheel. Compare that to the final sword fight in Rob Roy. One looks more convincing.
There's this sort of a tunnel vision and complete focus when you do sword fight, even if you are not trying to defend your life and not trying to kill your opponent. There is enough of it to
As the person slightly obsessed with pirates, I do feel I have to point out that the historical figures of Mary Read and Anne Bonny would show their boobs to their opponents, but only after they defeated them, though.
Joe, do you want to jump in?
So writing fight scenes is always a bit of a... It depends, I think, as Juliet said, it can depend on your approach. Oftentimes I kind of want to reflect in the style of writing how the fight is supposed to feel. If it's supposed to feel short, quick, lots of things happening very quickly, lots of very short sentences, this happened, this happened, this happened, and then this happened. To make it feel like this is something that's happening very quickly. Whereas if it's quite protracted, if the characters are going to start to feel out of breath, are going to start to feel like this is an endurance test, lots of long sentences, lots of long words, lots of dragging it out and making the reader feel the exhaustion that the characters are going through. Doesn't always work, I hasten to add, as I'm finding out in my editing process. But yeah, I think it was a piece of advice I saw from Russell T Davies, of all people, who would say that he would write action scenes starting almost in the middle of a sentence, like, and he's running, just to kind of give that immediacy. So just kind of slightly expanding out to sort of action scenes as well as fight scenes. I do like having, especially like when someone's running away from a fight, which happens quite a lot in my books, because the main character isn't very good at fighting. He thinks he is, he's not. So he does end up running away quite a lot. And so, yeah, having those scenes where the person is thinking about, I've got to get away. It's very repetitive, it's very sustained, it's very running out of breath. I think, like, as someone who doesn't know a lot about the physical acts of fighting, you just have to look at me to know that. Focusing on what's going on in the person's head and then trying to get the reader to feel that in the way that it's written. That's kind of my approach.
There are writers who write extremely effective fight scenes who would have to think carefully about which end of the sword to pick up because they have no practical hands-on experience of their own, and frequently they focus on the emotional impact inside their protagonist's head, and so it's he cut, he thrust, he parried, he hacked is as much technical detail as they put on the page, because they are approaching it from a different way. You don't have to have practical experience. You can also ask people who do have practical experience, and I don't just mean the likes of people at conventions, living history days. At places, National Trust, English Heritage sites, the Royal Armouries in Leeds, demonstrations, things like that. They will love to talk to you. That
much is true. There is, as you all said, there is such a thing as too much of descriptions. There is a certain, I won't mention the name of the author, but he's quite famous fantasy author.
And he's here tonight.
I don't think he's here. He's from States, but there's a D&D cycle in the Forgotten Realms world, where, and I kid you not, there is a description of a battle that takes about 45 pages. To the point where it feels like somebody is describing, not feels, they are describing out of the 5 main characters how their limbs are moving, which is painful. It's painful. It's otherwise kind of a fun book to read, because you skip those 40 pages.
It sounds like writing a battle scene is a sex scene, where you have to know where all the limbs are all the time.
Would you want to write a sex scene? We're kind of veering off to a different part of this combat. Would you like to write a sex scene that's kind of movement by movement?
I will tell you that the noise you make for fight scenes and sex scenes are very similar.
They are a bit.
There's a TV trope called IKEA sex.
Tab A into slot B.
Tab A into slot B. With about as much emotional attachment. And that's the thing about describing a fight scene in that detached sort of way. The reader has emotional attachment. You absolutely lose any connection. Every now and again, I'm on Tumblr a lot, and every now and again someone will ask a question like this, and my usual response to anything technical, whether it be firearms, cars, sword fighting, or whatever it is, if you don't need the technical detail, keep it simple. That way there's a lot less chance of making a mistake. And if you get it right, you're going to get the approval of a very small part of your audience. If you get it wrong, you're going to get the disapproval, loud disapproval, of a larger part of your audience than you thought, who will then probably spend a lot of the time looking for your other mistakes rather than paying attention. Because there's a famous writer, what's his name? Dan Brown, who's notorious for claiming extraordinary accuracy in all of his stuff. And TV Tropes has several pages showing how inaccurate he is. And this unfortunately leads to a reader situation where once you've found the claim of accuracy in your own field is complete nonsense, it raises a question mark over everything else.
Yeah, you can't trust the rest of the book.
Whereas if it's vague, they can't see the mistake. All they can see is the drama and the progression of the story.
I mean, but one of the things about that is in common with fight scenes and sex scenes is the really interesting thing is how you got there and what happens afterwards.
Yeah.
And one thing I think you do need to check your detail with in terms of fight scenes is injury and consequences, because an awful lot of what you might think you know of what happens with whether it's gunshots or sword thrusts or whatever, the consequences to character that you've seen on the screen is absolutely 100% wrong. You know, people can carry on fighting for half an hour with non-survivable abdominal injuries. They have done this. You know, that dead men walking can quite happily continue to kill other people. You do not get knocked unconscious, snooze for half an hour, get up and carry on as if...
That's the other end of the stick. You can get, you know, the miraculous speedy recovery of
concussions don't exist in fiction.
So the consequences of the injuries that have been sustained, that is something that you do need to check. And again, talking to nurses and doctors, approach with caution, but they will love to tell you exactly what so many people get wrong.
Oh yeah. There's a classic example of a protracted death following what seemed an insignificant wound. Romeo and Juliet, where Tybalt runs Mercutio through, and there's the lengthy scene with the bad jokes. It is not as deep as a well or as wide as a church door, but it will do. This is what a deep thrust with a penetrating weapon will do in the abdominal cavity. You're bleeding out inside. The wound itself, it's not like Hollywood, there's no blood all over the landscape.
Yeah.
It's unfortunately happening all inside you. And because the adrenaline of the sword fight has raised awareness and put in the supercharger, the body is not shutting down as fast. So you get these lengthy death scenes, long dying speeches, and then boom, suddenly he's gone.
let's talk about after.
This is a little hole.
And people of Shakespeare's day, enough of them would have had hands-on, first-hand experience to know that that was realistic.
It's one of the reasons why Shakespeare's fight scenes are simply, they fight. Because most of the actors would have known, going back to Shakespeare in Love, well, I know stage fighting, but they would have all known stage fighting well enough not to be booed off the stage by people in the audience who knew real fighting.
Sorry, what I was going to say, there's also the, talking about internal injuries, the deaths from seemingly no injuries at all. Just to look at the jousting, easily kill. But what you mentioned earlier kind of tied in nicely to my next question, which was because I think all of you, as far as I've looked up and from bits I've read of your works, wrote some form of other fiction than fantasy.
Sure.
And what are the differences, if any, in writing fight scenes? Or, you know, obviously, gun to some extent could be seen as, you know, laser gun, phaser, whatever you call them, could be seen as an upgrade from a pistol. But are there any differences, do you think, or if we sort of veer off to left this time?
Yeah, well, I've only written non-fantasy things in sort of a modern-day setting, where, apart from science fiction, but I assume we're shoving that in the same box.
Unless you want to say about those books.
The main difference is
It's a box. There's no spoon.
I think as with all things, the difference is setting, and the setting sets the tone so often, and sets it in terms of what's available to the people. If you're setting it in the UK, for example, less access to firearms as if you're setting it in America. And, you know, I've worked in pubs, I've seen pub brawls. They're not pretty, they're not heroic in any capacity. It's a lot of people, it looks like people are hugging a lot of the time, which is very hard to sort of get across in writing without it sounding a little bit ridiculous. Because most like fights between people who are not, trained fighters is just going to be people, grabbing each other to some extent or another. Rarely did I ever see people actually getting punched in the face. People would tend to get punched in the body a lot of the time and sort of wrestled to the ground. Writing that, again, doesn't feel quite as exciting as a sword fight on a sinking ship in the middle of a storm. But it's that something you've got to kind of get across as to what's going on and why is this going on. If you can get the why down, I think like the exact minutiae of what's going on in the fight scene comes naturally as a result of that. I meant to mention this before, there's a really good book, it's mostly for things like tabletop games like Dungeons & Dragons. It's called The Monsters Know What They're Doing. It's a really good book, not just for sort of, as a dungeon master sort of creating encounters, but sort of putting you in that mindset of the people who are in this fight scene know what they're doing, or at least know what they want to do. Sometimes what they want to do is to make you shut up and make you go and lie on the ground for a bit. So I think, setting agnostic, it's much more important to know what's going on and why. Like, why are the characters doing this? The flavour, shall we say, I think is something that informs rather than directs.
I mean, you could make a case that, depending on the voice you're using, a fight which you are presenting to your reader as a stupid fight, an idiotic fight, that, why is any rational person involved in this, is going to be greeted by them in a different way than a fight where one person is absolutely, this is make or break for me, my entire world is going to end if I don't win this fight. It's very different. It's funny, you triggered a memory there for me that I haven't had in a long time. When I was still working as a psychiatric nurse in New York, we would occasionally go over and help out in the ER some nights. And the bar fights, right? Yeah. One of the young residents I worked with often, I remember him shaking his head one night and going, "What is it with all the throttling this week?" Because these guys were all trying to choke the life out of each other. And we saw a fair amount of punching and hitting. But there was, as you say, much more grappling, partly because people are really angry, physically angry. It spilled over into physical response, and they don't know what to do. They don't have a clue, which is why they're suddenly grabbing for glasses and bottles and stuff. Often wildly ineffectively. And the thing that we heard a lot from that one crowd of people who came in was, if I had just been standing differently, I'd have killed that guy. And we're going, no, you don't understand. You would not have.
Sometimes trauma comes more from hitting the ground.
Yeah, a lot of that, or the furniture as you go down, or,
your character's situation, where they live, how they've grown up, what they know, is very much going to influence the way that they fight and their abilities. In terms of not fantasy writing, I've written 3 murder mysteries set in classical Greece, between the Persian and Peloponnesian Wars. Now, you give your average Greek citizen of that era a sword, and he's going to go, what am I supposed to do with this? Citizen soldiers, every adult male in classical Greek cities was subject to call up in time of war, but they fought as hoplites, which meant they had a big shield and a spear, and so it's a completely different style of fighting. Now, you can't really have a pub brawl in the middle of classical Athens where everybody suddenly whips out their sword and their spear and their shield. So I had to find, most people would have carried a knife, so knife fighting, okay, fine, I can do knife fighting. What else am I going to do? I had a conversation with a policeman who we know through our Aikido practice about, what are interesting trends in late night thuggery in blackbird in Oxford. Because this was after we'd practiced and we were having a pint afterwards, swapping notes as one does. And he said, sharpened belt buckles. Yeah. That was a big thing at the time, and you're thinking, you could do that in 5th century Athens. But yes, so it had to be a very different style of fighting because of the environment that these people were living in and the skills that they would have acquired. So it had to be a very different style of fighting. So that's always going to apply whatever you're writing.
Which is a death trap, is what we're saying.
It's a lot. Like Hurdleys, the Rottweilers go out in pairs.
That's good to know. So basically the high ceilings that they had in Greece, that wasn't because they were going to the pubs with...
It's funny, I was setting up a digital sound arm in Dell's studio, which I use a lot, and one of the characters looks around the space and remarks to his partner, high ceilings are always good. You know.
Based on experience, the ceilings are always lower than you think when you're showing off with your sword.
Mentioning no octagons, Peter.
Oh, that was the one where I got bitten in the forearm by one of my swords.
And you just chunk out the ceiling.
Yeah, but that was...
No one's been more surprised than me, but it's hysterical.
No, don't mess around with sharp swords. They're sharper than you think. All this business is well about swords are heavy. Swords are cliche. Swords are no, they're not. In particular, rapiers are a lot lighter than people think because they look at the fast fencing moves performed with rapiers on the screen, and a realistic rapier is about the same weight as a medieval style one-handed longsword. It's about 1.5 kilos, 2 kilos. And as a result, if someone starts messing around with your prop swords, and one of them is a sharp, you're going to pick it up expecting it to be heavy, and it's going to come up a lot faster than they think because it's light and it's sharp. And that's how you get a negligent discharge with a bladed weapon. Muddings did that. I was doing a real swords, fake swords, reproduction swords, so on and so forth, and a voice from the back of the audience said, "Peter, is that prop blood?" And I realised that the lady, my single-handed type 11, had brushed me in passing, and I was trickling quietly onto the counter and hadn't even felt the cut. Moral of the story is, guns are always loaded, swords are always sharp.
Now that you've mentioned type 11, you should probably explain a little bit about Oakshot.
I mentioned Oakshot. Iwart Oakshot was a sword historian, a sword specialist who used to practice in the UK until about, I think it was about 1996, whereupon he moved on to a higher plane. But he developed what's called the Oakshot typology, which is a way to identify the shape and age of swords depending on the shape of their blade, the shape of their guard, the shape of their grip, and so forth. An Oakshot Type 11 is the classic knight's sword with a disc pommel, a single-handed grip, a cross guard, and a fairly wide blade with not much of a point. And then it goes right up to the Type 23, which is a late medieval Renaissance longsword, hand-and-a-half grip, scent bottle pommel, curly crossguard, very pointy blade, because there you're not trying to cut through things, you're trying to find the joints of armor and everything in between. And it's great fun, and it's used by a lot of people on the internet. And once you get the hang of it, you're able to tell when they say this is an Oakshot Type 17, you can actually visualize what they're talking about. Just keep it out of fantasy fiction unless Iwart Oakshot exists in that world. Otherwise things get complicated. Same thing goes for using German or Italian fight terminology. Unless there's unless Germany or Italy exists in your world, those bits of the foreign language are going to stick out as though printed in highlighter.
Which brings me to my next question before we open the questions to the audience. Do you have examples of your favorite and your least favorite fight scenes?
The duelists.
Which category does it fall into?
Um, Well, I was thinking also Rob Roy. That scene in Rob Roy is fabulously
All
done.
the fight scenes in Rob Roy. The interesting thing is that both the duelists and Rob Roy, the fight director was William Hobbs, who also did the fight direction for the 1973 Three and the Four Musketeers. Basically, the trademark seems to be any time a combatant reverses their swords and proceeds to use it as a carpet beater, William Hobbs is involved somewhere there. Especially if he's directing Oliver Reed, who had the default approach of "I'm going to kill you."
I love The Princess Bride, and the greatest sword fight in cinematic history is one thing that I love to watch because it is so completely preposterous. In terms of effective sword fighting, the original Conan with Arnold Schwarzenegger, there's some brutally realistic sword fighting in that. Partly because they could only do it once, and Arnold was doing all his own stunts because they couldn't find a stuntman who looked like him. A fair amount of the blood is real, and he was trying not to die.
Basil Rathbone used to say that about fighting Errol Flynn.
Yes.
Because Errol Flynn, bless his little cotton socks, used to forget the fight direction and get all overexcited and leap about the landscape in a completely unscripted way. With the drawback that his opponent didn't know where he was going to be next, and where might have been on the end of the opponent's completely innocently pointed sword. Well, of course, they've got several other Errol Flynns who can take over, I'm sure. But when the fight director says do this, he says it for a reason, and mostly it's to keep one actor away from the point of the other actor's blade. It's a small stuff about rapiers and thrusting versus cutting. A lot of screen rapier fights involve more slashing and swinging than you'd think, because that is actually safer. A safely blunt rapier, if it hits you, will bruise, it might break the skin. A safely blunt rapier that thrusts at you will go in.
Or break, which is even more dangerous.
And if you don't notice it breaking, you might have that nasty little sharp point. But you can actually bayonet stab someone very effectively using the half sword stance, hand on the handle, hand on the blade, or in this case halfway down the umbrella. If the brolly has got a good ferrule,
which is why
it's the soft bits under the ribs. People are very squashy.
Which is why most of stabbings are forbidden in female tournaments for whatever reason. They're very effective if you're actually trying to kill your opponent.
It doesn't have to even go through the armor, but the propulsion packed over the kidney or the spleen. People are burstable.
What about magazine?
Oh God, yes, I know that one.
So shall we just basically continue figuring out ways to kill people with random objects? I'm liking
Come to our kitchen. We will show you.
We have pestle and water that can knock the smoke off your rubber over the ceiling.
This is an interesting point actually, because I don't know if any of you are aware. The blades over 3 inches are forbidden in the UK.
Yes.
And I've seen a very effective demonstration by the chap called Scalvin on YouTube who does.
Scalvin, yes.
Yeah. So he did a very good demonstration of what some of the mob members. I don't know, thugs in London were doing. Yeah. So basically, taking a 250 quid kitchen knife, wooden stick for a broom handle, and a duct tape, and it becomes a very effective. We shouldn't be based as effectively.
It's out on the internet anyway.
It's out on the internet anyway. So it makes a very effective war axe, or polearm. Yes. And it goes into
exactly taped at right angles to.
There's a lot of yes.
And that said, we have a lovely mace clamped up in our front hall as a home defense, of course. And and it was actually sent to us labeled for customs purposes as a potato masher. It looks like a potato masher. It looks like a rather aggressive potato masher.
Well, we have aggressive potatoes.
Well, that's true.
You can never be sure about them.
For comedy value, to get somebody to injure themselves, give them a shield. Shields are a very underrated weapon to use when you are fighting. People need to know more about shields. But when we did live role playing, the main safety instructions that we used to give were not to do with the swords, it was to do with the shields. Because the number of people who would drop into a crouch and smack themselves in the teeth with the top of the shield, or block, and this top of the shield would be hit, and it would circle on their arm, rotate, and smack them in the side of the head. Shields.
This is an interesting point with
the chest.
Yes.
Also with if you practice with swords, and if you begin usually sometimes if you haven't got any money, you start with sticks. The minus point of that is sticks don't have guards. True. So if you practice long enough, you get used to the fact that it's, you can, if you wave it over your head, or if you wear high guards, you can have your hands fairly low. If you haven't got anyone that basically just tells you your hands are too low. And then you pick up a sword, and then you try to do an overcut, and then, yes, exactly, yeah. You've done that, have you?
Great thing about sticks is they have an infinite number of ends.
They do.
A sword has a blunt end and a pointy end, and you stick them with the pointy end, as we all know.
Or you smash them.
However, exactly what I was going to say, there is, you can use the other ends as well with the sword.
Straight from the scabbard into the teeth.
Yep.
Yeah.
But fighting, and you can do an awful lot with a
Stick.
a wooden quarterstaff. There were a lot of reasons why the nobility were quite nervous about peasants' revolts, because if peasants were, Terry Pratchett sums this up wonderfully, a mob armed with not weapons that are farm implements and sticks. But no, you can do quite a lot of interesting things with sticks.
That's me with my mop handle that went out. That was so much fun. I bought a mop, as one does. I was waiting for the bus, coming home from Macy. It was about 9:30ish. Yeah. That part of 34th Street was very quiet that time of night. Guy comes up to me and says, "Give me your money. Give me your wallet." I'm going, "No." And now that, first of all, was not an answer we expected, and especially from a woman standing there with a mop and with the head in the bag and a mop handle. And to my intense annoyment, my boken was back at the dojo. And so I said, "All right, fine, a mop handle. This is without honor, but I can manage." And so the guy lunged at me, and I went wham upside his head, and I said, "No." And it was very much like a dog training episode. It lasted maybe about 15 minutes until the bus got there. And thank God, it was a light mop handle. There was no trouble about it. I was using him as a practice dummy for the stuff I'd had in class that evening. I'm going to do this thing, and then that thing, and oh, look, he left his knee hanging right out there, bang. And so here is this really angry mugger, who is just getting more pissed off at the moment and losing mobility every minute. And finally the bus rolls up, and I get in the bus, and he's shouting shit at me that, "Oh my God, you're great, you're going to crush him into the bus." The universe will sort it out, I'm sure. And got on the bus and then sat there and shook for half an hour, like this, all the way up the west side, and go, "Oh my God, what did I just do?"
There's another thing about fight scenes, is the emotional impact.
Yes.
And also, you can have people who have got huge amounts of training. An Aikido black belt I know, he was Glaswegian, he just got his first dan, gone home, see his mates, out for a night on the town, Socky Hall Street, small hours, it all kicks off. Right, this is my chance to show all my mates. Yeah, he got punched in the nose, his nose was broken, forgot everything he'd ever learned.
Yes, absolutely. And the only good end to my story is when I told my sensei about it the next week at class. He said, "Show me what you did." And then he critiqued every damn thing.
I'm going to cut in, sorry, Joe. We've got 5 minutes. Do we have any questions from the audience? Please.
I wanted to ask a question about training, because you often have complete novices who learn how to fight over a very brief period
A montage.
of time. I just wondered what actually is realistic Obviously, it's different for weapons and unarmed training.
Practice is what you have to do. I mean, that was one of the things that I liked in the BBC's Merlin series, Camelot, the high school years, because you saw them doing the training. The Knights of the Round Table were perpetually training, and because what makes somebody effective in a fight is muscle memory. And so yes, you do have to. That is one of the things that people frequently slide over. A novice going into a fight is going to get very dead very fast.
In prose, for instance, you can actually explain why a character has increased martial ability just with a paragraph saying that I'm going to have to skip going to the gym and I hate it, or going to the dojo and I hate it, or going to the saal. Just the simple mention of the fact that that character practices explains a great deal.
This is why people use time skips.
So that the ability doesn't sort of leap full-fledged from their brow like Athena.
Okay. Any other questions? Yep. Oh no, sorry.
Let me just something you mentioned about farmers with non-weapons. The thing about farmers with non-weapons is that they know how to use those non-weapons. They know how to use those non-weapons with great efficiency. A farmer wielding a scythe, for instance, knows how to use that to mow the 40-acre field all day without getting tired. He's going to be a very, very dangerous opponent if he starts mowing you.
As some of the Polish occupants learned at certain stages.
Turning the scythe upward, right?
Yeah, and then you suddenly have an angry mob that can slice you and dice you in no time.
Yeah, it's true.
Sorry, Joe.
I realised that the question on, a good author to mention was going to be coming, and I had written a very short list of authors who I thought wrote effective fight scenes, forgetting that I was on a panel with Juliet McKenna. The other author, the only time I've read something that's actually made me feel sort of have a visceral reaction was Tamsin Mira in the Locked Tomb series. Some of those scenes, I don't know how practical they are or accurate they are, but the way she describes a lot of the injuries, and you were talking about rapiers going inside people and causing internal bleeding, she really goes ham on some of those descriptions, and it was one of the few times I had a really visceral reaction to it, not in a negative way, in a kind of, this is very effective writing. So that was my author question. Answer.
Okay, any other questions from this? I think we had a 2-minute mark. I'm not sure how far off we are of that.
I will say one other thing. Something that's made me a lot more aware of choreographing fight scenes in more interesting ways has been playing Dungeons and Dragons. As a dungeon master, having to sort of design them from the bottom up and figure out the monsters know what they're doing, and also as I've done it more, I've done it for about 7 years now, it's gone from, two-dimensional, two people sat here, bash, to becoming more and more elaborate. It becomes three-dimensional. There's things happening up here, and over here, and over here. There's an area of effect over here. And making it more interesting and more narrative, not just dragons in this dungeon, defeat the dragon. The dragon's trying to get somewhere, and trying to stop the dragon is suddenly more interesting. I think obviously the most obvious person is Matthew Mercer of Critical Role. He's very good at these combat designs, I think. Abria Ironcard, I think, from Dimension 20 is also very good. Those are my recommendations for people who are into tabletop gaming.
Can I also mention in passing, complete, a resource that is available to people doing fight origin in their heads or on the page that was not available so much maybe 10 or 20 years ago are the Renaissance fighting manuals, like one of the most famous ones is by a gentleman named Talhofer, in which you get 250 pages of positions and fighting routines.
However, cut in quickly. There are not some of the pictures there are not very. If you don't know what you if you haven't done it, you have to look at that. Exactly.
At the school.
Yes. What picture? Which arm is that? Whose leg is it?
And the master will then tell you everything for a price. There are also some happy moments like the divorce proceeding. The guy forced to enact his divorce with his wife by being waist deep in a pit on the ground, and to deal with him, she was given a rock and a sock. And it's like, sell tickets. Where do I buy the popcorn? That must have been very popular back in the day.
Comedy combat is something that we haven't touched on.
Very good story.
Did you read Lord of the Rings, where it tries a lot of physical comedy? I don't think it comes across as well on the page.
Bridget Jones's Diary. If you want comedy combat, and actually an awful lot of pub fights are that ridiculous. If we're talking resource, DVD commentaries by stunt arrangers, because those offer a lot of insight into finding that sweet spot between what is realistic and what people are expecting to see, whether that's on the screen or the page. The commentaries by the stunt arrangers working on Game of Thrones, if you're looking for resource, those are very interesting.
Also, YouTube has got lots of material from Academy in the Czech Republic, I believe.
Yes.
I've never been able to make up my mind whether they are a stage combat troupe or a recreation troupe.
I think they are HEMA practitioners, but they also do reenactments of the fights.
It's based on Lichtenau and Talhofer and Meyer and all the rest, all the experts, and dialed up to full speed. And it is amazing to watch. It's extremely alarming. And there is one particular sword demonstration which lasts a total of 4 seconds. And I occasionally post it as an indication of that medieval combat was slow and ponderous and lasted long. 2 opponents, one like so, the other like so. Opponent like so goes whoop and goes in to make a cut. Opponent number 2 goes boop and takes him in the throat in the fight.
And this is the sort of, I don't know if we have to finish. There's a, yes.
That says yes.
Yes, that's what I thought. Just a quick point. A lot of people also have a very deep misconception about the weight of and the speed of even long weapons such as mutantes or long swords, double-handed swords.
You've used the term HEMA. If you're not familiar with that means historic European martial arts. And again, if you use that as a search term, you'll find a lot of interesting resource on the online.
Nothing to do with hemoglobin.
And I'm really sorry that we have to finish. Thank you very much. Thank you to the panelists. Give them a round of applause. Fight. Thank you. Take ourselves on the
Yes, good. Just waiting for the microphone to be switched on. Good afternoon. I'll just check that everybody's in the right panel. This panel is actually, I thought the bad guy was the best character. And a good villain is often the key to an exciting story, but it can be hard to create a complex and interesting baddie. We will discuss the pitfalls and possibilities of writing really compelling villains and how to avoid resorting to tropes. I'm Judith Mortimer, and I'm moderating the panel. I'll ask the panellists to introduce themselves in a moment. I'll just say first that I write upbeat space adventure, but my first published story was in the Rebel Diaries anthology, the remit for which was that every story the bad guy had to win. Also, I have a doctorate in policing, so I probably know a thing or two about villains. We'll go through our questions and we'll try and leave plenty of time at the end for questions from the audience. So if I can turn immediately, if you'd like to introduce yourself.
Okie dokie. Hello, my name's Emily Inkpen. I am the writer of a audio drama, dark political science fiction audio drama. The main villain in that has been described as worse than the devil, so that was an accolade. Actually, I found that. And yeah, I think that's me.
So I'm Phil Williams. I'm an author and editor, and I self-published a whole bunch of books. My biggest series is the Short Urban Fantasy Thrillers, so they take a sort of filler aspect, so I've got lots of sort of mystery villains that pop up. And I'm most recently writing epic military fantasies, which are set in a sort of World One era. This is the Blood Scouts series, so again you've got lots of villainy going on there.
Thank you. Ben?
I'm Ben Jeeps. I have written science fiction and fantasy, so I suppose my villains have been human, technological and supernatural. And I'm also a ghostwriter, and I've written many more things that annoyingly make more money than my own for other people.
And last but not least.
I'm Anne Corlett. I am the author of 2 published novels so far. The most recent one, The Theatre of Glass and Shadows, is about the world of immersive theatre and has quite a lot of moral greyness and a little bit of outright villainy. No spoilers. And did you say you had a degree in policing?
Yeah.
I was a criminal lawyer for 16 years. So that's my experience. We should move apart.
Depends. We'll talk later. Let's start with the basics. Writing villains is tricky. What do we think makes for an interesting villain? And can you each give me an example and tell you what you find particularly interesting about this particular villain? And I'm going to start with Emily.
So wait, we start off with one of our favourites? Sorry, I forgot. Okay, so one of my favourites, I'm going to say this, Marith Altrasir from Anna Smith Sparks' trilogy starts out with A Court of Broken Knives, and you start out feeling really, really sorry for this kid. You know that he's being displaced, he's searching for meaning in his life, and he's an absolute mess of a human being. I mean, he's like an addict. He's also pretty vicious, but he doesn't really know why. He's traumatized. And then it turns out that he is like the worst human being on the planet. And I just love that, because you kind of fall in love with him in the first section of the book, and then by the end you're like, you are the worst, but I still fancy you. And it really makes you examine your sort of values. But yeah, I sort of describe him as my favourite fantasy shithead boyfriend. And yeah.
Sure.
Which do you want to use the first part first?
Well,
let's go straight to the example.
What makes an interesting villain as an example?
Yeah, for me, I'm quite a big fan of like the more complex villains where you've got, are they really a villain or not? I love that kind of ambiguity. And I was thinking one of the things I think in literature, I would normally go to movies for reference because they're a bit easier, but I'd start with one in literature that always picks to my mind is from, and this is going to be a bit out there, from Middlemarch. If you know Middlemarch, George Eliot's classic. I absolutely love the way that she does the, I can't remember the main girl's name, is it Dorothy or Dorothy? Anyway, doesn't matter. So one of the main characters gets stuck in a very horrible relationship, let's say, and the guy she's stuck with is just this incredibly boring bureaucrat who's obsessed with his writing, and it's completely pointless and no one else cares, and it's his personal obsession, and he kind of ruins her life. But I think it's fantastically done because she really makes you understand him by the end of it, and you're left thinking, well, I know that he's horrible and I don't really like him at all, but I understand why he is the way he is, and I think that makes him really effective. But I wanted to actually, on the flip side, I think most of my reference would come from movies. I really enjoyed, if anyone's seen the new Furiosa film. And Chris Hemsworth's character in that, I think he's Dementus, I think is his name. I think he's a fantastic villain because he is just, he's very threatening, he's very charismatic, and he's also just a bumbling fool. It's just brilliantly done because it makes him so kind of, he's very scary in a way because you just don't know what he's going to do. And he's also very scary because he's going to ruin everyone's life just because he's incompetent. It's not, a lot of it is not necessarily intended, it's just the way it goes. But so yeah, I like those kind of chaotic ones as well.
Ben?
Yeah, I thought a lot about this. I thought that the main thing, the villain mustn't be invincible, they must be slightly vincible. And one that came to mind to me, and so one reason I just don't do superhero stuff is because I don't do super villains, because they're boring. And they can never be completely defeated, they always come back. And so my example of a villain is the original, and as far as I'm concerned, the only appearance of Davros in Doctor Who, who was not meant to be a perpetual dimensional
Got a little
villain.
fist in the air there from the end. I think it was a happy fist.
Well, strangely, that's exactly what Davros would have done himself. Anyway, you can see where he's coming from. He, astonishingly, as long as he stays on his right side, you will be safe with him. And he's only a danger to you if you're a foul, or, as it turns out, later on, in any way opposed to him. But that's only because after he goes mad. And ultimately, he's, of course, outsmarted by his own creations. So he does have, ultimately, that vulnerable thing, and you can almost feel sorry for him as he gets exterminated onto others. Cheering.
I'm now considering moving closer. So, in terms of, wasn't it the part of the question was what makes an interesting villain?
Yeah.
So I think, for me, one of the big questions is when we're talking about villains, are we talking about villains where we know it's the villain from the start? Or are we talking about villains who become revealed as villains? Because I think they're two very different things in terms of treatment. And I think, I like a villain who's revealed. And I think for what makes a good revealed villain is very much what makes a good plot twist. So it has to be seeded. You have to be able to, at the point of the reveal, go, oh, but not see it coming. And I'm about to contradict that entirely with my example, because I can't work out why this worked, because it shouldn't have done. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., Grant Ward. And I knew, before I started watching it, what the deal with Grant Ward was, because I'd seen a YouTube video, it just popped up. But it was so convincing that I talked myself out of it. I thought I've misunderstood that video. I've misunderstood the song that was put to these clips. And it shouldn't work because there was no way you could have seen it coming, I don't think, unless I'm very stupid. And I think that was brilliant. I mean, it was brave. It was incredibly brave for a TV series to do that. But yeah, that reveal, didn't see it. I mean, if I didn't know, you wouldn't have seen it coming. Not seeded at all.
Okay, let's turn it around. I'm going to start with Phil this time. What makes for a disappointing villain? And again, can you give us an example of somebody who really didn't work as a villain?
Yeah, that's one of the hardest to answer. I think, disappointing in general, I think the main thing, there's, two main things that you're going to find disappointing in any character really, but in a villain especially, two things that are going to work against it are if it's not credible and if he's not threatening. And they kind of go hand in hand, because if he's not credible, he's not going to be threatening. And Yeah, as far as an example goes, I really struggle to think of one because I don't know, I find that a lot of the stories that stick in my mind are the ones with good villains, and when you've got a bad one, I forget it. So I'm not sure it's not a good example.
Ben?
Yeah, okay. Any villain who gets overdone, any villain who turns out not to be that dangerous. To go back to Doctor Who, think of the Daleks nowadays. You know, the Doctor walks onto the scene and the Daleks probably panic and disappear. It's just why bother? Also, villains who are just too faceless, pointless, inevitable, evil corporations. Anything where they just default to villainy because that seems to be the cheapest, easiest way to go. And this is a fine line to tread, but villains who actually end up outsmarting the hero or outplaying the hero. Hannibal Lecter in Silence of the Lambs, as played by Anthony Hopkins and Brian Cox in Red Dragon before that, they worked because however monstrous they were actually secondary characters in the story. No other Hannibal film really worked because the studios all latched onto the fact that he's the most popular character, so they said, let's make the movies about this cannibalistic psychopath, and then astonishingly, that's not actually a very relatable character.
I'm just going to interject here and say, if there's anybody in the room that has problems with flashing lights, there is something up with that row of lights right at the back of the room. They are flickering. So if you have any problem with, I'm just concerned anybody has any sort of epileptic problem, that might set you off, because I'm sitting here looking at it and thinking that is strobing. If you could, I think that might be a good idea, because you might get somebody in here with a medical issue. It's literally just the back row.
I think it's just that one, actually.
I'm not sure. It just, yeah. Right. Sorry about that. That was an aside.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. That's better, thank you.
I really struggled with this question. I sort of read it, went, oh yeah, there's loads, and I couldn't think of any. The only one that sort of jumped to mind is, and the only reason it did jump to mind is I'm doing my first ever rewatch of this TV series, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, doing kind of idle in the background while doing other things rewatch. Who was that awful villain from the series where she's at university? The kind of patched together robot guy. Yes. What? I mean, all of the other villains are great. I mean, I can even get on board with Willow as the villain. Yeah, he was just a bit shit.
Well remembered.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, it was a bit shit series.
Yeah, maybe.
Emily? Bad villain?
Okay, so there's a villain that is totally inept, but is also one of my favourites. Does that count? Yeah. Okay, so, well, I know it feels like cheating, but I like you, I can't remember the really shit ones. But Megamind? Okay, yeah, I mean, he sets out to be the villain, he's adorable and everything, but then the hero character gives up and he realises it's no fun anymore, and then builds a hero character that ends up being a villain, and it's all a big mess. And I just find him kind of adorable. He's disappointing to everybody else, I think. But the hero character is disappointing. I don't know.
He's not really the villain, though, is he?
Well, no, it's about him. It's his story.
You get into a question of
he's the
story semantics there.
Yeah, but it's like Hannibal, you know. He becomes the protagonist and then instantly he's disappointed, you know. He's disappointing. So, yeah, that's literally, I'm drawing a blank otherwise because I guess they're so forgettable.
I think the disappointing aspect that Ben said is it probably brings up a few where they're just anticlimaxes, I guess. So the one that's sprung to my mind is it the Night King in the Game of Thrones? They build him up so much and, you know.
Yeah, you expect there to be a thing about him, like a big reveal. And
a bit flat. Something like that.
Okay, fight scenes where they're just a bit crap. Darth Vader versus Obi-Wan Kenobi in the original Star Wars trilogy. I'm sorry, but these guys are supposed to be incredibly frightening, and it's just a... And it's like, and the thing is in the prequels then, they could have made all of the sword fights a bit crap to sort of, you know, like, offset that, but then they made all of the sword fights incredible. Yeah.
Well, that wasn't an example that came to my mind, because I think Darth Vader in general is one of the classic kind of villains that people love. And I feel that what they did with his character in the prequel really undermined a lot of Darth Vader's part. So I think that Darth Vader as a villain is brilliant. Anakin Skywalker as a villain is just awful.
Actually, yes, why did none of us mention this?
I think you're actually answering the next question, Phil, which is what are the pitfalls that exist when writing villains? So carry on. Pitfalls of writing villains. And when I say writing, film and TV count, because obviously they've been written at some point.
Well, it's a similar question, really, isn't it? I mean, the pitfalls come in how do you make them convincing, and I think that there's a real danger in undermining the threat. I think that's what we really need to watch out for, because if the villain's not threatening enough, then the whole story kind of falls apart, and if you only believe that this villain is really capable of something terrible, then you're kind of left thinking, well, this is boring.
Yeah, and they're built up too much, and then...
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it can go either way. If they can be not threatening because they're just generally not scary, or it can be they're too scary because it feels like a caricature.
Ben, have you got a thought on pitfalls?
I suppose you, the author, know that they're the villain, so you really make them villainous in case the reader can't. You make them cackle, you make them monologue, roaring. And another way, of course, you, the author, know the way the villain is going to be brought down, so you signal this too clearly in advance. And so the audience just sits back and wait for this inevitable thing that you've just mentioned to happen.
Yeah, I came up with a word for that, foreslathering. As opposed to foreshadowing. I'm trying to make this actual vernacular in writing is foreslathering, okay, everybody, we're going to make this a thing.
Thanks, Emily.
I think so we touched on that. I think we just touched on this with Megamind. I've heard it said that the villain, like a good villain, has to be the. In fact, you might have put it in our emails about the good villain has to be the hero of their own story. And I think that's probably the key to, as an author, writing the villain convincingly and correctly. And I think one of the pitfalls is that you're so focused on the protagonist that you're writing the villain. Everything you write about the villain is in relation to the protagonist. You're not writing them as a fully rounded character with their own motivation and their own context and their own backstory. You're writing them as this opposite of the protagonist. So I think as long as you make sure you're writing them as the hero of their own story, as the protagonist of their own story, it's going to be a lot easier to deliver a convincing villain.
That's one of the things. To go back to, if you haven't seen Furiosa with Dementis, I think that's something that he does brilliantly in there, that very quickly you get an understanding of what this character is all about. He's just incredibly ambitious and thinks that he can basically take over the world, and you get that sense very quickly, and you realise he's also not up to the task. You get that. It's got nothing to do with the protagonist. It's kind of part of his charm as a charm of the character. He's very self-centred.
Yeah. I think that's incredibly important. You have to have them, you have to get where they're coming from. You have to understand it, because they need to be consistent. That's one of the things that when I'm writing, it's whatever the character, whatever the villain is, they have to be consistent even in and of themselves. You can't have them, like sometimes you've got someone who's got a villain and they're doing average villain things, and then just for shock value they do something random, and then they put it back. And then, they're just doing average things, and then shock value again. And it's like, there was no real reason why they would do that. In fact, it's kind of at odds with everything that's gone before. Like, they'll be incredibly well considered, they'll have their own power, they'll have their own sort of like, maybe they'll be a boss of something. And then just randomly they commit an act of violence. But there's no sort of context leading up to it. And, you know, another thing that pitfall, as I said before, about no follow through. So I've read a book before, not going to mention which one it was, but the villain basically, there was this nasty character, and all the way through you're hearing how nasty and disconcerting this character is, and you've got this sort of hope all the way through. You're like, yeah, this is going to be nasty, you know, when he finally reveals what he's doing, and yes, you know, like, this is going to be tasty. And then it's just not. He just shoots someone. And that's it. And it was someone who deserved it as well. So you're like, that's even worse. It's not even a good person that is shooting. It's somebody that you really want to die. And then it's like, well, hold on a minute. You know, like, all of this time I've been building up this hope for this horrendous act that this person is finally going to commit, that's going to justify the fear. It's just, oh, really? And all the way through to the end, I was just waiting for this moment. And it never came. And then it's too late for a rage quit because you're just holding on until the end.
So they get you.
Yeah.
I'm going to take moderator's privilege and mention a couple of things that nobody else has, because why not? One is that if you are a very nice person, it's actually quite difficult to write somebody who's nasty. Maybe I'm just horrible. You have to kind of take your halo off and hang it on a hook and try and put yourself in the mindset of somebody who is just not like you at all. So that's one problem. Another one which I think deserves a mention is that it's very easy to say they have a mental health issue, and actually that should be treated with extreme caution, possibly with sensitivity readers if you have got a villain who is suffering from some sort of problem.
Or has scarring.
Yeah, you really need to be very, very careful if you not to be offensive, frankly. So I just thought
I would mostly avoid that entirely these days. It's not.
They have been shunned by society, and that is what turned them evil, because people didn't give them the chances that pretty people got. Oh gosh, yeah, that excuse is taking over the world and making, murdering millions.
So I think that probably is a cliche, and I'm going to go on to the cliche question. What can be done to avoid cliches? Ben, would you like to start with that one?
I'm currently reading a biography of Eleanor of Aquitaine by Alison Weir, which is fascinating. And it occurred to me that if you were to write a novel set in that period, almost every one of the main characters who has been named so far could be either a hero or a villain, just depending on how you write it. There's so much good about them and so much bad. Bernard of Clairvaux, who founded the Cistercian Order of Monasteries, famous as a saintly, ascetic, spiritual man, a great theologian, also preached the Second Crusade, which is basically like preaching jihad. Nowadays you'd be locked up for that. The main thing is that really the villain must not be aware that they are a villain. They must be behaving entirely logically and reasonably by their own lights, and quite possibly be the kind of person who in any other setting you could very easily sit down and have a beer with.
Okay.
Yeah, I think broadly I agree with that. That they just can't be the pantomime villain. They have to be of their context, of their backstory. They cannot be entirely black. There has to be some shades of grey, and you have to be able to, I think, see how they got there. I mean, one that jumps to my head is The Walking Dead, Negan, who is. Yeah, interesting villain, but you can see how he got to the situation. I mean, you don't sympathise with him, but you can see how he finished up going down the path he did, that's the path of survival he chose. And he could very easily, I think, have been a pantomime villain because of the way he was played. But there was just enough, I think, scaffolding around that to stop it going that way.
Yeah, see, villains can be... How to avoid tropes. See, tropes are fun. They can be. I think making them lovable, making them genuinely likeable, making them have their own sort of context, their own sort of, aims in life, ambitions that you can totally understand. But I do think that it's possible to have a villain who is aware of the fact that they are doing evil things, but doesn't care. And that in itself is interesting, because suddenly you've got somebody who knows that in many people's eyes they are a villain, but has purposefully gone down that route. Well, I mean, but at the same time, okay, so I have to bring up Thanos on almost every panel. Okay, this is a tradition at this point. Let's just do it, all right? Yeah, okay, so Thanos. He obviously thinks he's the hero in all of that, but I think he's very aware of the fact that he is cruel, that lots of people don't agree with him. And so, yes, you can see what he's doing. You can see, like, okay, yeah, there is logic there. I mean, it's flawed, and it's horrible. But he is aware that he's the villain character. I think he says it. Yeah, exactly.
You enjoy squashing your annoying little world.
Yeah, he is the villain, but he's also an interesting villain. He's a self-confessed villain. I think there is. Huh?
Richard III.
Yeah.
I'm determined to be villain.
Yeah. So, you've got villains who are absolutely aware of it, have their own reasons, do their own thing, accept that they are unpleasant and no one's going to like them. Anyway.
But sorry, if I can just interrupt, what really makes Richard III work is his asides to the audience, the fact that he is drawing the audience in, telling them exactly what they feel, what he's planning, and making them feel, yeah, you go for it.
Oh yeah.
It's sneaky on Shakespeare's part.
I think that's really Shakespeare.
Going a bit off on a tangent, I think one of the things that, an easy way to make villains work is try and make them, as Emily said, make them as likeable as possible, because I think that, some of the best villains are likeable, and it makes them, much more interesting, because you're not sure whether you should root for them or not, and it wins them over. It lets you sort of into their mindset of, if you can relate to them, then you can kind of understand where they're coming from, even if they're totally bonkers.
Yeah, it's like, I know you're awful, but I would follow you.
Whereas your instinct might be, how do I make this character so unlikable? But actually, if you make a character likable and then show them doing terrible things, they're going to be much more unlikable in the end, because you'll be like, I liked them and they betrayed me.
I'd be right there. Oh man, like Ray, when what's-his-face is giving out, what's his name? Yes, when Kylo Ren is like, come to me and be my dark queen. Do it! Just like, yeah, that would be a fun story. Not do it for me at all. Really? No. Yeah, obviously he's a bit weird, but at the same time. And also, that moment when Galadriel and Sauron, and oh man, when he's like, and I'm like, oh, he's pretty. And you can tell, like, if she said yes, okay, that would be amazing. Like, for a bit.
I'm reminded of Ares in Xena.
What was the classic?
Legend. Is it Tim Curry? It's like when you turned her all dark and she was pretending, but you thought she'd actually gone over to his way of thinking. It's like, yeah, go with him. Yeah, Tom Cruise.
I just picture the Dick Henry approach to villains. Sort of.
Oh my goodness! Someone just had David Bowie.
We're talking
about.
I think the other one worth mentioning is I was always really disappointed that they revived Buffy, because I thought Buffy the Vampire would have been a really good show.
think what I'm learning on this panel is that I'm really basic, and I would fall fast.
But no, go on then. There's a writing lesson in there. This is how to attract people with villains. Don't write ugly villains.
I'm just referring to Dick Emery cliche, you're awful, but I like you.
Sorry, we're being unruly.
You are being slightly unruly, that's all right, with fairness. I've got rid of another couple of quick questions anyway, so it's not a problem. We talked briefly about tricks that a writer can use to misdirect the reader. If you're writing a murder story and you don't want the murderer to be immediately obvious, but you want to drop some sort of breadcrumbs along the way, how can you best go about doing that? And I'll start with Anne, I think, on this one.
So I'm trying to answer this without spoilering anyone who might read my most recent book. It's not fully straightforward who is a villain in it. It's probably the best way of trying to avoid spoilers. But there was a character. There is a character in it who had to be written in a particular way because they were a reveal. Not necessarily a straightforward villain, but they were a reveal. And when I was writing it, I kept finding myself writing it as though they were telling the truth and like behaving. That I was writing these scenes and suddenly going, hang on a second, this makes no sense because this person is not telling the truth and they're not behaving in a truthful way. And then I thought, actually, that's probably going to be fairly effective. But I did have to make sure that I threw in just a few teeny tiny little things. And actually, interestingly, when people have read this book, women over a certain age have all just gone, yeah, saw that coming. Middle-aged women cannot be fooled by certain behaviours. It's what I've discovered.
Emily, how do you conceal your villainous instincts?
Oh God, they are all out there, right there on the page. Like they are like horrible people. I make them self-aware as well, and like they know what their psychology is. They're very, very smart people, and they're still doing it because they've got their own agenda. So I'm terrible at this. I would say one of the things you can do. Okay, I'm gonna be a bit silly here, but casting. Okay, Murder She Wrote. Right? Yeah, we're going there. Murder She Wrote. Whenever they did an episode, they always had guest celebrities in the episode. The most famous one there was always the one who did it.
Columbo was the same.
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. So, but it wasn't obvious necessarily in the story, but if you know that, you know exactly who it was. Right. Yeah, fameometer.
Well, in terms of what you can do, I've written quite a few kind of thrillers that rely on that kind of, there's twists in them, so I could probably write a book about it, but I don't know how to sum it up very quickly.
2 minutes, go on.
But I guess one of them, a nice trick, which goes back to just what I said before, if you make them likeable enough, people won't want them to be the villain. So you can kind of trick people into, convincing themselves. So you can put all the signposting in you want, and they'll be like, no, not that person. An example that just popped to my mind is in, I don't want to give spoilers, but if anyone's not seen Knives Out, I think when you look at it, like when I was watching it, to me, the villain in that seemed really quite obvious, but the whole way through you're thinking, it's too likeable a character. But it was, who you think it is. And, But I don't know, in terms of other tricks, it's a very delicate balancing act when you're writing any kind of mystery to put in little details that is enough that people aren't going to think it came out of nowhere, but not enough maybe that they'll notice. And I think one of the, I guess the really big trick that you really need to do to do it effectively is misdirection. And I tell you, a show that did that really well was, what was it called, the big Scandinavian one, The Killing, which they renamed it. It was what, about, the season was about 24 episodes long or something, but every single episode they convinced you that it was someone else. And they put in every episode, they were putting in little details that made you, that is definitely the person. And they'd find some way to show, actually those are just little coincidental details that might lead to another twist here and there. But if you keep doing that, then eventually people just aren't going to be sure.
Like After Party does that. Very well. The After Party. Yeah, it's really good. Barely anyone knows it. It's on Netflix.
TV show?
It's a series. Yeah.
Okay, Ben, have you got any thoughts on?
Yeah, I entirely agree about TV characters. Any episodic TV detective drama, the first 2, even 3 people they call aren't going to be the villains, and you know this. And it'll probably be an actor you've heard of. If you are not aware of the plot twist in Agatha Christie's murder of Roger Ackroyd, put your fingers in your ears now. It's a Poirot mystery. It is first person narrated not by Poirot, which is by someone observing Poirot at work, and the narrator's the murderer.
Sneaky.
Really sneaky. Yeah.
Unreliable witness, I think that's...
Yes, that's the term. And yes, just making them something you don't want to be the villain. That well-known science fictional character Long John Silver from Treasure Island. Ignore the eye-rolling, teeth-gnashing, RG lad pirate cliche, because that was all due to Robert Newton. In the book, Silver is a thoroughly pleasant man, at least at first. We know pirates are involved, but there's no evidence or anything that he's one of them. He's the ship's cook. He's incredibly helpful. He's polite. He has a round, friendly face. Until about a quarter of the way through the book, when Jim happens to overhear him and the other pirates discussing murdering the crew, and suddenly, kapow! If you didn't know that he was the villain, that must have been a really powerful moment.
Right. I'll make this a quick fire round because I want to leave time for questions. Starting with Emily, can a character who is just plain evil be credible?
Hell yes. Okay, no, I mean, I've read quite a lot about psychopaths and savages and, horrible people like that. Everyone says, like, a lot of people say, not everyone, some people are redeemable. Nah. And some people we really shouldn't give the opportunity because they really shouldn't. Like, you are potentially putting other people, innocent people's lives at risk by saying, yeah, I'm going to take a punt on the fact that they might have just suddenly stopped wanting to kill people.
And our criminal law wincing.
Maybe, I know. I mean, I've read a lot of cases where you've got like a psychopathic serial killer, goes into prison, becomes a priest, gets let out because they've redeemed their soul, and goes on another killing spree. And it's like, you are rolling the dice, but the people who are going to get in trouble here are innocent, and you've got another 7 deaths, and yeah. And so I do think that is possible. There are people out there who are horrible people, and yeah.
Phil? Yeah, we did this, we did a panel about this before, and a lot of it was talking about Darth Vader, but the noble, redeemable villain. We've been talking a lot about making your villains complex, but I do think there's definitely a place in the whole media or entertainment industry, whatever, and storytelling, to actually have villains that are just I don't know if I'd use the word evil necessarily, dangerous perhaps, or ruthless. Definitely, I think there is a space for that, and they do exist. And the word that we came up when we were doing this before is that you've got to look at people who are pathological. It's just pathologies.
I'm sorry, once they're like killing people and having sex with their corpse. There is a line. Yes.
No children about
that. But I think it's quite hard to do, and I think trends have gone against it. Like, everyone's trying to write villains that are, what's their backstory, and I think that a lot of that doesn't necessarily work. And I mean, the big example I would always use as a villain who is just unhinged and horrible, but is also a fascinating character and is probably never going to be redeemed, is the Joker. I think the Joker makes for a fantastic villain, and part of what makes him for a fantastic villain is that he will just keep doing it, and he will just, he's the sort of like the scorpion on the frog kind of story. He just keeps at it, and he's relentless, and he's also very entertaining. And that's why I thought, I mean, I know that the new film, the first new film, did very well, and the second one not so well. But the first new film, to me, that wasn't really about the Joker. That was not the Joker character, because that was some other character who's melancholy and, I'm sad and now I'm going to become a villain. But the Joker traditionally is not like that at all. The Joker is interesting because he is just this force of nature. And I think that's probably the term I'd come back to with a character like that. Sometimes you do have these characters that are just a force of nature. They are just there and working on their own kind of...
Ben, quick answer please, because we might have time for some questions.
People just want to see the world burn. Yes, Tim Curry in Legend has been mentioned. I thought Angel in Buffy, for that matter. Giles is alter ego in Buffy. Tarkin in Star Wars. The key thing is if they don't overact, they don't cackle, they don't go over the top, then yes, they can be credible.
I'm actually going to answer this from real life rather than from fiction, because yes, it's the slightly understated thing. So I did criminal law for 16 years, nearly all defence work. I was very rarely scared of anyone I met. And I don't say that out of bravado, it's just most of the people I met weren't scary. And I mean, I was the one who got sent to deal with the person who'd stabbed their last lawyer through the hand with a pencil, because I didn't take any shit. But every now and again, and there were probably fingers of one hand, the number of people that I met in my career who genuinely scared me. And they were always very understated. There was almost, I've described it before as a kind of anti-charisma. Not a charisma, because it was like magnets repelling, pushing you away, but there was something very compelling about them, and generally they would go on to do something dreadful, or they had already done something dreadful. I mean, a couple of them, without naming names, were very high-profile serial murderers that colleagues dealt with, and that I met briefly. But there was one guy in particular who... he's probably still out there. He never went to prison for very long stretches, but the level of controlled violence, potential violence, was utterly terrifying. And actually, when he did go to prison, they sent a police officer around to the office to ask to speak to any of the women who'd ever dealt with him, because he was considered such a threat to professional women, that on his release they wanted to monitor his interactions with them, and he was so understated and so scary. So yes, I think pure evil, unredeemable, can be convincing, but it's not that pantomime villain. It's that very low level threat. Sorry, I just brought the read right down.
That's all right. I'm going to give you on the back of the neck. I'm going to mention a villain who cackles, who is utterly evil and entirely unpleasant, and that's the child catcher from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Terrifying. Yeah. But there you go. Audience, have we got any questions? Person in the front, your hand went up first.
Hi, we've had a lot of male examples. Is it less appealing or more difficult, perhaps, to write a female villain?
I think they get judged more harshly.
Yeah. Female villains are normally tied to motherhood, aren't they? There's a whole box to open on that front, I think.
Silverman. Silverman like 7. There you go. She was definitely the hero of her own story.
Until she just started popping up in every episode, which was... I was thinking, in media, I mean, they're all the point. There don't seem to be any average women villains that are either utterly beautiful, or I can't remember her character's name, which is played by Lottie Lanier from Russia with Love. Rosa Clare, that's it, yes. Utterly beautiful, or less so.
Thank God, I think we have got past the age of the killer lesbian. Which was a TV trope from a very long time. Make a great title for a movie.
Age of the killer lesbian.
Next question. Person there with glasses?
You touched on it ever so slightly. What do you think of villains who are redeemed? Redemption arcs. Zuko from Avatar: The Last Airbender being a great. And how that contrasts with the unredeemed villains like Ozai from Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Redeemable villains.
Well, it's a great trope, isn't it? Everyone loves that. I think you can't overdo it, though, is the key to that. I mean, you've got kind of two ways that it can go with a redeemable villain. Either they're redeemed at the very end, so it's that powerful kind of finale moment, or they're redeemed and become a hero if you're going for a more long-term thing. And, yeah, both can work nicely. I think when they're redeemed and become a hero, often that loses a lot of edge to their character. It's kind of, sometimes you just want it to stop there. So, to pull off. But yeah, I think it's a great trope. People do love it.
I think I can deal with a very limited redemption, so not an ultimate redemption arc, but redeemed in relation to their relationship to one specific character, that actually they develop a positive relationship with one character, or they do one good thing and then lapse again. I quite like that.
Crowley.
I love Missy in Doctor Who, who I love the fact that she is redeemed and promptly killed by one of her earlier incarnations because he can't stand the fact that he's gone.
That's probably one more question. One hand gets up. Yeah.
I'm going to do something really villainous. I'm going to say, this is more common than a clock. There's a bad villain in their own universe, shall we say Bond villain, for example. You've got Bond villain, they want to kill the Earth, you kill the Earth, then you come to Tomorrow Never Dies, he wants ratings, and you're thinking, what the actual? So that is a villain that I really utterly detest. But where's the... When you get the bad guy, Star Trek, for example, where Kirk is confronted with the person who had to kill half of the population to make the other half live. Of course, for Kirk, utter villain, but for the daughter and for some reasons, you have to make the decision. And Thanos falls into that, isn't it? You either save half the population or everybody dies. Is that villainy?
Can you quick yes no answers because we are shit.
Well, obviously, I would say no because someone's got to do it, and it's like saying you're in a corridor in a hospital, you've got limited staff. You see two people who are in similar states of sickness and you've only got time to save one. Which one do you save? You wouldn't call the doctor a villain in that scenario. You'd call them just doing their best. And it's a tragic sort of decision to make, but it's not villainy, I wouldn't say.
It's just...
family of the other person?
Well, yeah, but I mean,
I would just say it depends how you present them. What makes them a villain is how they behave with this decision, not what the decision itself is necessarily.
Do they feel really tortured about it and go home and write bad poetry?
Also, it's about in fiction. It's about perception, perspective. Sorry, it's about whose eyes are we seeing the story unfold through, as to whether a particular character is a villain or not.
And how do they determine which ones should die? Because if they're determining it on the base of, I mean, do I need to say it out loud? Like discrimination reasons, then that is...
Yes, if they say the 50% who are white, not black, then that's a subtle clue that their motivations are really...
Subtle.
Yes, well, that's...
Yeah, that's it. Okay, I'm just going to finish up with a book recommendation for people in the audience that might be thinking about writing villains and wondering how to go about it. There's a lady named Sasha Black, and she wrote a book which has a lovely, memorable title, 13 Steps to Evil, How to Craft Super Bad Villains. You can get it from Amazon or direct from her website, not on commission. I did ask her for her main tips, and she said villains should have a humanising element, a decent motive and a reason for having it, and a very clear manifesto. The best villains believe they are doing the right thing for the greater good of everyone else. So I'd like to thank the panel, and I'd like to thank the audience for a great discussion. And I'm sure they'll all be available later if anybody has any follow-up questions for us.
who's had a lot of transport trouble today, is unable to make it, sadly. I am put down, so it'll do. So this panel is about influences, and we've got four excellent panelists here who have to introduce themselves. We'll start at this end of the right thing.
I'm Kari, I'm publishing under CM Coutts, and yes, I write queer low fantasy.
Hi, I'm David Green. I write epic, urban and cosy fantasy.
I'm Stephen Pugh. I write urban fantasy, historical fantasy, science fiction. I think that's it. Yes.
I'm Helen Clay Gould, and I write fantasy, books that are probably science fictional, but with dollops of fantasy and horror splodged into them.
Okay, thank you. First question, and we'll stay with Helen and come out the other way. Was there an author that inspired you, and how do you think that comes out in your own work?
Quite a few, actually. I used to really I still really admire Andre Norton as a writer. Very prolific lady, and she tackled a lot of different scientific or science fictional tropes over the years. And then I moved on and I read lots of stuff, but I've been interested in science fiction since I was about 9 years old. I used to read my dad's books, and I used to read his James Bond books, which are not really science fiction, but they do sometimes have that kind of slant. Usually it was a case of I would be reading them down the bed. Probably my feet were on the pillows, and my mum would say, "Helen, you're not reading down the bed again, are you?" "No, Mum." And I've got the torch under the covers, so... loads of things really influenced me. I used to... I'm dyslexic, dyspraxic and dyscalculic, but we didn't know that at the time, and I had loads of trouble learning to read, but my mum taught me to read, and I caught up really quickly once she'd done that. And I moved on to things like TVSF obviously came in around that sort of 9 years old, but my favourite books ever, that's probably in another question, is it, Dan? It is. Right, I'm going to shut up about that. So I was reading lots of stuff, and I became a huge fan of Jerry Anderson through being friends with a lad at school, and it was quite instructive.
Quite a lot of people probably influenced me in one way or another. Terry Pratchett was a huge influence on me, not in terms of what I ended up writing, although some of the stuff that I write does have quite a bit of humour to it, but in terms of wanting to do what he did. Read Guards, Men at Arms, and this is what I want to do. I think I was about 13. But most of my influences growing up were people, people like Greg Rucker and Ed Rebecca and Gail Simone and Alan Moore and people like that. So they were sort of the people who influenced me in what I wrote.
Okay. I'm going to try very hard not to talk about J.R. Tolkien really that much in this. I've been able to talk about it for a very long time. I think I try to take influence from pretty much everything that I read or play, because I think video games, for kind of my kind of generation, I'm 41, so I kind of grew up with video games being a thing always, like I'm from like the NES and Master System upwards. So like video game storytelling has had like a really big impact, I think, on me in terms of influences. One of which being Dragon Age, which came out early 2000s, and obviously there's a new one out, and I don't work for BioWare or anything, but there's a new one out next week. That's a big influence. And in terms of books and stuff like that, try and take things like, I really admire stuff that Joe Abercrombie does with humour, which is kind of a weird thing to say when he writes grimdark, but he punctuates the very, very dark parts of his books with really, really good humour, like really good one-liners, which you shouldn't really be laughing at, and you kind of can't help yourself because it's just perfectly placed. But other than the kind of like obvious things like Tolkien or Robert Jordan or Arthurian legends for someone who grew up in the northwest of England, Alan Garner was a big influence on my stuff, because I write urban fantasy as well, and I kind of think of stuff like Alan Garner, who was writing rural fantasy, I suppose, all set around Alderley Edge, which was like quite local to where I lived. And he was the way that he would take fairy tale mythology and local landscapes and local histories and weave them into these kind of stories is something that I try to, especially when I'm working on urban fantasy, is something that I try to kind of bear in mind. And
some horror people love Alan Garner.
Yeah, I think it's weird for someone who is so, like, you know, well known. He's quite underrated as well, I think, as an influence. And obviously he was kind of dormant, I suppose, for a very long time, and he's very old now. I think he's in his 90s now. I think he's just released a book not so long ago, but I think he had like quite a big influence, especially on like folk horror, as you say, and other people. And it was, I think as well, because it was something that he was writing about places that I was very, very familiar with, and I could go and visit myself, and had visited myself and could see it. Just that spark of imagination of, like, you know, looking at something that you see every single day and thinking, well, what is the story about this? Like, what is the magic in this area, this place, and kind of extracting that from the mundane, I suppose, which is so yeah, he's a very big influence.
I think like Joe Abercrombie is one of my biggest influences as well. I always describe it to people like I'm writing like a mix between Joe Abercrombie and Jane Austen. And yeah, getting those two into one is quite difficult, but Terry Pratchett definitely. The first one I really comprehensively read in German translation, because I'm German, was David Elling's. And from then on, I discovered like Tolkien and everyone, but I didn't really, apart from some aspects of his writing, I didn't really latch onto the more classical fantasy too hard. I think, yeah, Terry Pratchett was definitely the one that came after that, and especially the Witcher series, which I absolutely adore. And yeah, and that's basically all my fantasy writing. Recently, I really discovered recently Kingfisher, and yeah, admired her really for what she does. So yeah, I think it's correct. It's like changing with every book that you read.
Okay, thanks. I also wanted to talk about influences from outside the genre or reform, you know, what we've learned from it isn't science fiction or books and so on. Steve, you touched on that with comics. Do you want to expand on that?
Yeah, comics were a big part of my reading growing up. Marvel, DC, Image, Wildstorm, Dark Horse, some stuff like Hellboy and oh god, there's so much. So much, and Watchmen and things like that. And apart from I mean, outside the genre of what we do writing science fiction and fantasy, there's stuff like Justified, the TV show, had a big influence on just how good dialogue can sound without having to make it a big streams of dialogue. Like David, I grew up playing video games and still play video games now. Dragon Age this week. And I've got some Team Dragon Age. And you know, so stuff like so much different stuff. I grew up watching lots of anime for Metal Alchemist Brotherhood and stuff like that. So video-wise, there's stuff like Persona and Final Fantasy games, and then more Western stuff like Mass Effect and Dragon Age and things like that. And I think it's just kind of a huge spectrum of stuff that I have. I find I pick bits from because I like games and I like or used to watch a lot of anime, not so much anymore, and films and TV and things. I find that I'm influenced by little things here and there in each one. So I'll be playing a computer game and something will happen and I'll just think, oh, that's a good idea, and then you might kind of tumble into something else, and similar TV and things. I think the influences are sort of a bit bombardy sometimes, and then whatever sticks. That was a long rambling way of saying I'm talking about comics and stuff, but yeah, there's just the amount of influence outside of writing is books is absolutely huge, and I think pop culture in general has probably influenced me a lot.
Cool.
Comics again. I had this I'll tell you the story. My headmaster was an absolutely inspirational teacher for me, and when I was struggling to learn to read, he rang my mum up and he said, get Helen reading comics, get anything that will get her reading and get her interest. Well, my mum went out and bought Bunty for me, so I wasn't very keen on that. But my dad encouraged us to read the Tintin books, and it was about the only thing that was slightly like a comic, the Tintin books, and we've got all of them. Well, I've got all of them because I said, can I have those? When my mum and dad are both out of the picture. And anyway, in the meantime, once I'd sort of read the Tintin books, I got into comics, and I used to read Valiant because I really, really liked the Steel Claw in that, and Kelly's Eye and all stuff like that. I liked all the boys' comics basically. I was a huge tomboy, and I just wasn't interested in girl stuff. I read things, but I wasn't really that interested in Famous Five and all that stuff. But you have to go through that stage. And I also started reading things like Captain W.E. Johns, who wrote some science fiction actually. And really, films didn't really come out into it later, but TV was starting to come along. As I say, Jerry Anderson. I went to school in Slough, and my mum came from Slough, and I used to go and stay with my nan. And if I'd known that Jerry Anderson had a studio on the Bath Road, I'd have been over there like a shot, and I'd have hung around until I got myself invited in. So yeah, and I'm still a huge fan of that today. So.
Okay, thanks.
Growing up, I think one of my main influences was Astrid Lindgren, Pippi Longstocking, because it's sort of kids having agency, not really listening to grown-ups. I think that was something I really loved to read about. So these are definitely some influences on me. And film-wise, I think I didn't really go to the cinema that early, so they didn't really come into it that early anyway. But one thing I remember is that I always looked at maps and with descriptive place names, and these really did something to my brain. And then it still happens to me today that I drive through somewhere and the place name is so just, oh my God, what the people there, and can I use this name somewhere? I'm sure that most of my books that I've published are named after place names, and I think that's probably why. And it's, lately I've driven through two places called Little Birch and Much Birch.
I was going to say like Little Snoring and things like that.
And I'm sure they will find their way into my stuff.
We have a milking nook in Peterborough. And Piddly Fen.
I grew up in Cornwall, and we've got some lovely place names down there, like Indian Queens and Lost Widow and things like that. They're all dumps.
So just kind of going back onto the kind of video game thing again. I think what's interesting about that is the kind of non-linear storytelling with it, and with the kind of, as the consoles and computers got a lot more powerful, the advent of open world games kind of changed that, because the agency was on the player to find their own stories and to make their own stories, which is great. I think it's I'm very interested in terms of story about who owns a story. So a writer will write it and it goes out, and then it goes out to an audience, and then the reader will have a different relationship with that text, and it's who owns it at that point, and I think it's a really interesting discussion around that. I think video games, especially open world ones, inspire that kind of thing, because like, you know, if I was playing The Witcher 3, for example, which I think is one of the best games of all time, and The Witcher video games is what actually got me into the books for The Witcher. I played the games first. My experience of that game would be very, very different to someone else's experience because of the decisions that I've made in the game, and the things that I went to see and the things that I didn't go to see. And I think that's really interesting in terms of storytelling that the video games do really well. But it makes you think about that, how to use perspective and POV in writing stories, you know. So that was something that I always kind of think about. How different a story you are trying to tell is going to be depending on who is telling the story or who is viewing the story, or you know, and with that brings character. And I think what comes in modern book writing and modern stories, we spend a lot more time drilling into characters than probably the classics, where the classics was more about the grand scope of things and the broad strokes. Nowadays there is more of a thing like, well, why are people acting the way that they're doing? Why are they doing this? Why they all this? And I think what's a really, really great thing outside of like genre is Deadwood, the TV series, which I think is like probably, for me, it's probably the best TV series ever made. I think it's like really, really top quality for everything to do with it. But a lot of it is just episodes of people living their lives and really diving deep into their psyches and seeing what makes them tick and how they interact with other people. And there's such like beautiful dialogue in it as well. It's almost Shakespearean like kind of dialogue with lots of swearing in there as well. But it's not afraid to kind of like have an episode where people are exploring their grief over the death of someone that they didn't really know. Like there's an episode where the Reverend who's been sick for quite a long time dies, and it's just an episode of people exploring their grief in different ways, and it's not afraid to do that, and you get to learn a lot about those characters in that way, and it's telling a story in a really kind of beautiful and poignant way. And I think that's something to when you're writing a story as well, is to not be afraid to kind of let the story linger, and sometimes in those moments and let moments just exist. That I think some things like Deadwood does really, really well.
Thank you. Going back to what you said, Caroline, about place names, one of the ideas I have was that can places be influences? Your surroundings, where you grew up, and for me it'd be the children's section of my local library. That was one of my formative thing, a crucible. I've done Roddy Warden books there, for example. So, do you have any thoughts about that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of my stories develop from places. And one of the reasons why I spend a lot of time in the car and doing like day trips to anything that I can reach from my home is because in some way or other they will come into my writing. And yes, and then I want to return to the place maybe 10 years later. So this is, a lot of the time, this is how the story goes. So I say, okay, I want to set another story in this location because I really want to show how it's developed. Or like one of my earliest influences in the 90s, we went to Bergen in Norway, and the seeing all the little colourful houses on the harbour bridge is still in one of my books today because it's such a clear image that I have, and so yeah, it always ends up somewhere or other.
Yeah, I think so. I think also like the senses in general, like so. I'm autistic, so I don't know if this is the same for everyone, but I have like, I've always had a smell. I associate smell with places quite a lot. So so my mum is Irish, and we kind of grew up between England and Ireland. I live in Ireland again now, but I always the smell of peat, of burning peat, always makes me think of Ireland, no matter where I am in the world. Like it's just I automatically think, and even if I do in a whiskey that's quite peaty, like I think of Ireland, like, you know. And so I have like various kind of things with that where the smell of something will remind me very much of a place, and I think I try to evoke that in my writing as well. Like it's not that I can't visualise things, I can, but I find it a lot easier to get a smell of something and then get a memory from that. I can remember like the how my first school that I went to, the smell of that first school that I went to, right? It was a really old Victorian building, and it had it's been knocked down since they built us a new school. Before I finished there, it was my primary school in Warrington. It's called St Benedict's, and it was like this big, like really kind of gothic actually. And in the classrooms there was like fireplaces, and there was no central heating. There were fireplaces. So it had this really kind of like ashy kind of smell always, but it was always cold as well. So when I think of like a school place, I think of cold and I think of ash, and it reminds me of school, which is like my first one. So I have these different kind of things that I try to kind of evoke, and it's the same with countries as well, I suppose. Like I love Croatia. I love visiting Croatia. I love the coast and the Dubrovnik and Savtar and all kind of things. And I love that kind of Mediterranean kind of style and way of life and everything. And so I think in a lot of the kind of, that's particularly my epic fantasy, when I kind of write somewhere where it's nice and safe and cozy, I almost always go to like, I remember what Croatia was like, because that's what it evokes in me. So, yeah. So it's funny, and again, it's that thing where everyone's relationship will be different to the different things they have. But
yeah, places do have. I grew up in South Yorkshire. I was born in Exeter, and I was born in Exeter, but grew up in the south of England, should I say, in Southampton. And so I used to go back to South Yorkshire quite a lot. So in my writing I have put in places in all across England, because I've been all over the place, and I usually do something horrible to them. And that kind of really, if I've been somewhere and it's a place that I grew up in, or it's a place that I have some kind of memory of, it's almost certainly it's going to get set on fire. Not because I hate the place, or because it's a terrible place, but because it's, Doncaster. I spent a lot of time in Doncaster. My nan lived in Doncaster before she died, and we went up to see her just before she died. And we went to the Minster, I think it's called, up there. And we had a toilet and walked around it, and then I probably went home and wrote a chapter where I get burnt in the ground. And I had nothing against it at all, but it's my, having set huge, set these big kind of action set pieces in places that I know, places that I have any sort of memory of, makes them feel real to me when I'm writing them. I can write a soft, nice, pleasant character for scene anywhere, and that's fine. But if I'm writing something that is an action scene, or scene where it is a particularly highly emotive scene, I usually set it in a place that I've been to, or at least have some familiarity with, and don't want to burn it down. Nothing against it. Therapy, it's much cheaper therapy to just burn everything to the ground that you would do. It's places I've been to, and also you don't have to write about places you've been to. Google Maps is one of the greatest things that's ever been done. Currently I'm writing a book which is set partly in Maine in America, and I've never been to Maine in America, but Google Maps has. I can just look to see where stuff is. I think in answer to the question, it definitely helps, but I don't think it's necessary anymore to know the place you're writing about and feel something for it, because you can just read about it and learn about it without even going there. But there's always something a bit special when you write about a place that's important to you, and then again burn it to the ground.
Lovely. So going back to what David said about smells, I remember the smell of the gas when my nan turned on the cooker in her kitchen over at Slough, and it was a very, very distinctive smell, and I just always associate that with my nan's kitchen. So thank you for reminding me about that. I can smell it now, actually. Yeah, no, that's really important. I think it was Mary Gentle that said, smells are a hotline to the past. So that's a really useful thing to remember, you know.
Make sure I do a panel about smells.
And then, as regards important places, there's when I had a French pen friend, and when I was about 18, I went over to stay with her auntie in Nice, and it was overlooking the Bay of Nice. It was lovely, and it does crop up in one of my books as a place where actually something quite unpleasant happens. But I say unpleasant, but you know, it's it's quite an interesting, sets off a whole train of events that actually, and all the while, I was aware that this place that I've been to twice actually, because I went again when I was 26 or 27, and I just remembered it really, really well, but it's actually no longer there now because unfortunately a developer's bought it, knocked the place down, and it was so beautiful, you know. But anyway, I've tried to capture the essence of what it's like there in that particular book. Yeah.
So it's like a preservation.
Yeah, kind of. I was actually quite upset when I saw what they were doing, and I haven't been back to look again because I was very upset. But obviously I'll keep an eye on it and see what they do with it, because they might do something beautiful with it. But the lady that owned it was my friend. She was great. My pen friend's auntie, Raymond her name was. And she, you know, oh, I love the Queen, you know. She's such a lovely lady, you know. So,
Okay, I guess the other thing about being influenced is that it's a continuing process. We're still influenced by everything all around us now. And so, what I'm interested in, once you decided to be a writer, did you consciously go looking for influences? Were there people you thought you could learn from, or anything that you've identified as an influence in your adult life?
I've always been like I love reading, you know, and if I wasn't doing it before I became a writer, like my pastime was reading, you know. If I wasn't kind of, especially when I had to commute to different places, that was what I would do to pass the time, would be to read. But I think, like, since becoming a writer, probably the biggest kind of influence on me was becoming a dad as well. You know, so because it changes your perspective on everything, and it also, like, I think that the kind of stories that I've been writing, that if I was writing them 10 years ago, would have been very different than what they are now. And that isn't just because of age; it's because of the shift in perspective of becoming a parent. So there's a in my epic fantasy series there's which is about middle-aged people generally, mostly as the protagonists and stuff. Exactly. Yeah. The central kind of heart of particularly the first book is a relationship between a woman in her mid-30s and her mother, who's in her late 50s, and they have a fundamental disagreement about something that the mother has done for her daughter that she thinks is the best thing to do, and the daughter completely disagrees with it, right? And it's funny because I sometimes get people like email me or message me, and I see when people discussing the book and whatever, and they say there's a certain age group of people that would be like, well, Colleen was completely right with what she was doing here, like, you know, Zana was out of order. But then people of a different age group, generally parents, are like, well, Zana was completely right about this. That's that perspective for becoming a parent, was like, I probably even have written that before I become a parent, because, you know, it reframes your relationship with your own parents as well when you do become a parent, because you think of these kind of things where you've had conflict points with your parents, and they were doing what they thought was the right thing for you, and you may not have agreed with them, right? And it may not have been the right thing, but they thought it was the right thing. And it's like there is that kind of like murkiness to it, and there's a complexity, and it's very, very rich to bring that into storytelling, I think, and it's a big difference, I think, with modern day storytelling, whereas like you know, there's a lot of people now that are middle-aged people that are writing that have grew up reading this kind of stuff, and so we're writing about middle-age experiences. Whereas before, in the past, it was always about the teenagers becoming adults, you know, going out on the quest, going out and doing things, and now it's kind of a lot of people like, we've done the quest, what happens after the quest? You know, we're tired of the quest. We're tired of the teenagers. We've been teenagers. We've seen the teenage life. We've seen becoming an adult. So that was a big influence in becoming a parent, and then also writing child characters changes, because when you're actually living with a child, I see a family here at the front, when you think you know what children are, but when you actually start living with them, it's like a completely just mind expanding and blowing kind of, what are they thinking? Like, where has this train of thought come from this miniature? Yeah, exactly. So it changes that kind of thing as well. But yeah, definitely that kind of thing where it's like, that change in perspective. I'm never one to kind of say that my books are good or I'm a good writer or anything, but I don't think I would be the same writer as I was 10 years ago as I am now if I didn't have children. I think it changes a lot.
Yeah, like building on real life experiences, I think I recently thought about it a bit more, and I think my stuff comes from bodily experiences, which was a real surprise for me, because I always thought I would have spent most of my life trying to be a brain in a jar, basically, but that's not how it works somehow. So it's really important to me to know how it feels to get saddle sore, for example, or to cook over wood and like the smoke in the food. Like these kind of things definitely influence what I'm writing, like setting it in a early medievalish world. And then also now seeking out experiences to know what it feels like. For example, I managed to do like a falconry experience day because I wanted to know how it feels to have a bird on the arm, and these kind of things. I mean, this is what I love about being a writer, that you can sort of channel these experiences into the story, and it's sometimes really, I don't really notice where they pop up, but they definitely do, and it's sometimes very random. But yeah, real life experiences definitely, and bodily experiences.
Lovely, thanks. Helen?
So a few years ago, I damaged my knee, and the physio lady, she was a bit funny anyway, because I think, you know, but she sort of said, well, I don't know what to do with you, why don't you go for a walk every day? And I took up walking, and I've been trying to go back to that. I had an accident to my other knee, so it's been rather difficult. I broke that one. But basically, I'm trying to go walking twice a day and do a couple of miles. But if I can't manage that, then a mile will be fine, split into two even, but try and go out a couple of times. And very often, if I'm stuck when I'm writing and I can't think, I'm not sure if I'm getting this right, but I'm going to go for a walk, and I go off out for a walk, and it's windy, perhaps. And because it's windy, and I hadn't thought of that angle, that's what gets into the book, or the story, you know. So I do think the here and now does influence the way you feel and the way you write, and it actually augments your input to the book in a very positive sort of way at times, you know, and it can be a negative way as well if, you know, something bad has happened to you, but, you know, yeah, so.
Steve? Basically, I moved from a very young age. I wanted to write books, probably like 13. But then I went to college and life gets in the way and things don't really work out very well. And I always said, well, when I've got time, write a book. Anyway, When I was 25, my wife and I were expecting our first child. That's 20 years ago now. Yes, I'm very old. And Kira, my oldest daughter, she, the news of the pregnancy and getting ready for everything, when we sort of realised that I don't want to be one of those people who's 50 saying, one day we'll write a book. And I would kind of get on with it and have a go. So I joined an online writing group, which doesn't exist anymore. This is Kelly Armstrong's online writing group. And I worked at writing for about 5 years, just learning how to do it, learning how to write properly, learning how to tell a story, learning how to work on characters and everything. And then I wrote a book, and no one's ever going to read that book, because it's terrible. And then I wrote another book, and it ended up getting published. It's called Crimes Against Magic, and it was my first book. And by the time it came out, that was 12 years ago, so I was 32, maybe 33 at the time. And it came out, and there was then the father of 3 children. So it was a long time to write a book. In fact, my third daughter, I have 3 daughters, my youngest daughter was born just after the book came out. So the book came out in April, and she was born in August. And absolutely nothing prepares you for having children. Nothing on earth prepares you for having children. But Kira and Faith and Harley, my 3 daughters, they are where I write every day. Every single day without fail, they are where I get up, sit in front of the computer and write. They don't even need inspiration for everything I do. And I don't think I would be anywhere near the kind of writer I am now if I wasn't a parent. Which isn't you should go and have kids because you'll be very old. That's a weird stance to take. But I personally would not have had the life experiences that I've had, and would not have had and therefore have changed how I write over the years without being a parent. And I think that, more than anything else, made me who I am as a writer and as a person, if I'm completely honest. So yeah, I think that was my big kind of like point of how everything changed.
Right. Okay. And getting towards the end now, but what about negative influences? Is there anything you've deliberately reacted against, something you've tried to avoid? Should we start doing the same?
In my case, I would say definitely if you twist it like I've reacted against what I can't be or what I don't see and what I can't be influenced by, because that also influences you. What kind of people do you see going on a quest, or becoming a fighter, becoming a romantic hero, I don't know. So I think a lot of my writing developed, okay, but I want other people to do the same stuff, but maybe maybe they just need a bigger horse, or they need more time to adjust, or they just go about it in a totally different way. And then also on the other side, I think sometimes we need to be a bit careful not to be influenced by things that we don't question, especially with classic influences. Don't interrogate where they come from, maybe what kind of real life connections they could have had, or I'm thinking about fantasy races in particular. And I think it's quite important to be aware, if you use them today, where they came from, and what to maybe avoid, or just to be critical about it and not just do it one-to-one.
Okay. David. Yeah, there's a couple of things. One of them is that whole thing. I think this is kind of what you're kind of talking on of that. Well, it was like this in medieval times, and it's like, well, one, it wasn't like this in medieval times, and two, this is your fantasy world, so like it doesn't have to be the way that people would think that a fantasy world should look like. So I think that's one of those to kind of bear in mind. The other thing as well is like, especially when you're dealing with fantasy, is always make sure that there's a challenge for your characters, and not to make your characters midway through a story, or particularly in a series, become too unaffected by genre. So one of the things that I always kind of bear in mind, it's a book that I actually love. I really have like a lot of love for it, and it's like a special place in my heart. I read it when I was quite young. Is Magician by Raymond E. Feist. I love the book. I go back and just read that one sometimes, but it does something that I think is really kind of that I try to avoid, which is the main characters become way too powerful by the end of the story. So in Magician it's Pug and Thomas, and they are just the most powerful two beings in the entire, not even world, in worlds and multiverses and what have you. And so the rest of the series, because this is the first book in a very, very long series, the rest of the series, Feist is kind of having to come up with ways to keep Pug and Thomas out of the action, because they could just turn up and go, there we go, problem solved. That's the end of this issue. So, and I think at one point it even gets to the bit where like Pug is just on holiday. And it's like, you know, where's Pug? Oh, he's gone on holiday, he's gone on honeymoon with his wife, they've had a new child or something. It's like, oh, okay, well, we'll have to solve this problem ourselves. And then he just appears at the end of the book and fixes everything. So that's one of those things that's kind of like power creep, is to make sure, and a lot of things kind of, you know, fall foul of it. Like, I love Supernatural TV show, but it starts off where the Winchesters are struggling to defeat, you know, vampires, and then they're beating God by the end of it, you know, and you know, so it's just to bear in mind, just to keep that realistic kind of, if you are having characters on a journey where they are growing, then make sure that the threat is growing, but also make sure that they have flaws that can be exploited, and they're not all powerful, they're not all seeing, because it's kind of boring as well, you know. You want them to face challenges, and you want them to face conflict, so just to bear that in mind, I think.
There's two, and they're sort of linked, that I think can be negative influences on your writing. And the first one is Goodreads. Don't read Goodreads. Don't go Goodreads. Don't check it out. As a writer, as a reader, as a reviewer, you know, not going to stop you. But as a writer, don't read your reviews. Don't go to your reviews. Don't look at your reviews. It's a bit of a minefield. And the second one is just the human race in general. You can very easily be caught up in whatever negativity is currently doing the rounds, and you can sometimes you will think, well, subconsciously or consciously, that you could put that into your work, and not everything that is doing the rounds has an easy solution or an easy beginning, and you might write something which you don't mean to offend a whole bunch of people, but you kind of do offend a whole bunch of people. So you just need to be careful that, I think, if you're going to use current, let's say current messes in your fantasy world, that you do your research, you check it all out, you make sure that there's no, you're not just doing it for the reason of it's current, and you think you can take something that is current and important and big, and you can twist it and you can stick it in a fantasy setting and it will be fine, because that is not how it works, and you could well then come a cropper from people who would find that. That's good. And then they will go on Goodreads, and then they will negatively review it. See, it's a big circle. But yeah, no, I think just be careful of what you're allowing to influence your writing from current affairs. I think there's a real fine line between taking something current and saying, oh, I can actually write something about that, and that's really interesting, and taking something current and writing about it, but making it a little bit too close for comfort from what is actually happening, and you're not quite getting it.
So you're saying take it as an inspiration, but not take it too far.
Yes, take it as an inspiration, don't take it too far. I mean, I personally, I wouldn't write a book where I based the story on the last Iraq War, because it's too close, and I know people who went there and actually did stuff before and whatever, and I think that would be a bit too on the nose.
Yeah.
But if you wanted to take things from World War II, I think there's probably enough time past that you could take things that happened a while back and change enough to make it work for your story. You just need to be careful about what you're doing and why you're doing it. I think that's the main
It ages a story as well. If you use something very current, it puts an exact date on the thing.
Yeah, and also you don't know how it's going to end.
Yeah.
And if you write something and you think, this is how I'm going to end this, and people, it just, I don't know, sometimes it ages the story very quickly if you make it a current affair fantasy book.
Yeah.
Because it is supposed to be fantasy or science fiction, so sometimes you just have to take a step back and maybe not use something too current.
Yeah, so yeah, we're bumping up against time a bit, so sorry, just quickly and then we'll see questions.
I forgot what I was going to say there. I'll have to leave that bit. Do you want to go on to something? I thought of several things I wanted to say, but I completely forgot them. Well, one of the things with dyslexia, dyspraxia, dyscalculia is you have a very short retention.
Sorry. Are there any questions from the audience? We're pretty much on time, but we can take one or two.
Have you guys only played Zelda games?
Yes.
Many Zelda games.
My son has just started reading Zelda graphic novels.
Yeah.
Are you reading them as well? Yeah, they're great, aren't they? Yeah. Which one's your favourite Zelda? The game, yeah. Oh yeah, it's really good. Yeah, it's really good.
I played like Ocarina of Time when it first came out.
Oh yeah, I'm just definitely
The water temple, is it? So it was Ocarina of Time. I don't do this, but it came out during. I got it for Christmas when it came out. I hadn't finished it by the time it went back. I went back to school and I had my mock exams, so I pretended I was sick, so I could stay at home and finish playing Ocarina of Time. So don't do that.
Also back in the day, bad influences. Yes. If you got stuck on something, you couldn't just go online and check. So that water level in Ocarina of Time took about 17 months to finish.
I still shudder when everyone says water temple. I'm like, oh.
Well, I was completely useless at playing games anyway, so I've never bothered, but my son's really good at it, so which is kind of annoying, you know. But, yeah.
Lovely. Well, I think we're done then, and there should be a reading starting in a few minutes, so thank you to the panel. Thank you. Thanks very much. Thank you very much.
If you're not here for the AI panel, you're in the wrong place. I'm going to let my panelists introduce themselves. It's generally a more democratic way of doing things, rather than me making things up about them. But I was tempted to ask ChatGPT about each of them and then read you that, but I thought that was a step too far. So we'll start with Rex.
A sci-fi author, written a trilogy called Synthesis Weave. It does involve AI, and I think we'll possibly cover some of the topics about how I've actually designed mine, because I think that was one of the things about nurturing. And I've worked as a software developer for the last 20 years as well, so I've got a bit of background understanding how we would use AI and what the current AI in quotes is.
Hi, I'm Donna Scott. I'm a writer, editor, comedian as well. I'm the editor of the Best of British Science Fiction series. I'm editor of the Slab Press. I also have a job in training in which I have to work with AI and train people in using AI. So that's my...
I didn't introduce myself, so I'm Pete Sutton. I've written a few books. I've edited a lot more books than I've written. I'm also the editor for the British Fantasy Society fiction magazine, Horizons.
Hi, I'm Nick Whitehead. I am an academic. My PhD was in the first application of machine learning to certain parts of human-computer interfaces. But as well as being a computing person in that respect, I'm also my university's chair of ethics, and I sit on an NHS Digital Services Ethics Committee.
That's a fantastic hat.
I'm Tim Kimberley. I'm also a PhD in computer science actually, but not in AI. I worked on cloud computing before the web existed. So I do have a computer scientist rather sceptical view of AI, and I'm a bit torn actually altogether about the whole thing, because on one hand, scientifically, politically, philosophically, I'm very sceptical about all the claims made about AI, and of course we should get to...
That's going to be the first question, so don't preempt it.
Okay, well we should get to the fact that not all AI is the same, right?
Yeah.
But on the other hand, I am a writer. In fact, I'll give a reading from Vampires of AI Mouth, and that is the one nearby. And that is mostly about technological vampirism. Vampirism by technology corporations. I want to write interestingly about AIs, but on the other hand, I'm very sceptical about what they can actually do.
So where I'm coming from this is I work for a large telecoms communication. That's telecommunication firm.
Is that a PIN number?
It is a PIN number, isn't it?
Necessary tautology.
Yes. Indeed. And I work in network design and very much at the moment working on automation, using machine learning in a business context. The first and possibly easiest question, because you already started touching on it, Tim, is do you believe AI can gain sentience? And if so, what's your projection for when this will happen? And if not, why not? We'll start with you, Tim, because you started talking about it already.
Yeah. So, disembodied AI. Definitely not. I mean, I think we should think of it in terms of a biological comparison about how we come to get to know about the world, and that we are the products of ultimately billions of years of evolution, biological evolution. I usually do a thought experiment. We haven't got time to do it here, just to sort of show that if you think about large language models, which is, I think, mostly what we're talking about here, right? Because there's also like the Nobel Prize, which was just awarded for...
Are we talking about large language? There's some thinking that LLMs can gain sentience, but generally we're talking about strong AI, I would have thought, rather than narrow algorithm-based AI that's set to set to answer a specific narrow question. Like LLMs are essentially predictive text on steroids, but could they be sentient? There's some thinking now that they could potentially gain sentience, but generally I think what's baked into the question of how we should be treating, or how we should be thinking about how we should treat sentient AI when it arrives, is more to do with the strong AI rather than narrow, I would have thought. Or AGI, if you want to call it that way.
Sure, but I mean, I was trying to distinguish between very narrowly focused AI too, like molecular properties that people have just got a Nobel Prize from, but there's lots of scope for that to develop. But I happen to believe that AI that's trained purely on data, that doesn't have biological features in the sense that we do, is not going to become sentient. I strongly believe that, actually. I don't think there's anything in the current field of work that's going to bring us to sentience.
Okay. Somebody else want to jump in and disagree?
No, I totally agree with that. All the AI that I've written has always been based on this notion that started off with software where they would have setting up like dummies, effectively, walking dummies, and leaving these simulations to run with the goal of getting to the other side of the room, and they would learn to walk properly. I believe that we need to do that with AI. So AI needs a body, cameras, ways of manipulating with the world, and some kind of basic programming. We effectively start off with core programming and then just learn everything just by experimentation. And I think for us to recognise something as sentient, it would need to develop in that same way.
I did toy with digging into the meaning of sentience, because sentience infers sensory input, whereas potentially what we're actually talking about with regards to disembodied AI is sapience rather than sentience. But I think sentience could stand in for consciousness, sapience, etc. So I don't really want to get hung up on whether AI needs a body in order to be sentient.
Okay, first things first. Define sentient and define intelligent. Neither of those are cut and dried definitions. So, there's no point.
Define consciousness.
Exactly, define consciousness. Basically, any system we're building at present is simply something like ChatGPT or its ilk, the large language models, are clippy on steroids, super clippy. I have the artwork for that.
It looks like you're trying to do a Word document.
Absolutely. Do you need help? All of these models are really no more than a very big book of tables and a very large bucket of dice. When it boils down to it, they're not sentient. They're not going to get there. They are just probability in action. More interesting is this idea of you start them trying to learn things, but you have to let them make mistakes, and you have to let them forget. Because we forget, and forgetting is a big part of our learning. So we don't really let them forget a lot.
Yeah, and that's not quite the same thing as when it gets
not
things
the
wrong.
same. It's not the same as getting things wrong. But yes, I agree. We're not going to get intelligence and sentience out of what we've currently built.
So this is your opportunity to be completely the opposite of everybody else on the panel, and say that you believe it will be sentient next year. Or no?
Well, I think the problem we have is not with the sentience of AI, but with the lack of consciousness of a corporative body who decides that we need AI in order to compete in a modern technological world, and pits that not in a question of philosophy or ethics, but as a kind of like a bottom line margin chasing aspiration
puts that against the lives of employees. We have seen in the IT industry, which is usually quite buoyant and resistant to things like wars, climate crises. This year, IT industry has struggled a little bit, and the reaction seen from many of the IT companies that I work with has been either we will not grow our workforce in the usual way, we will have attrition and then not replace the employees, or we will cut swathes of employees all at once. And so the idea was we keep getting the message of productivity, competition. We need to be aware. Everybody needs to reskill, that kind of thing. We're getting a lot of this. We've seen what happens though when large technologies lose large amounts of employees. Look at Twitter.
But there's also another factor that you have to allow for with this, which is companies, not just IT companies, but all sorts of companies, big companies, are being told, oh, you must use AI, you can use AI to replace your staff. But the majority of those companies, when they introduce AI, they quietly drop the project because it doesn't actually work very well.
So the large telecoms company that I work for did announce at the beginning of the year or end of last year that they wanted to be a leaner company and have 20% less staff by 2030, which they aim to do through natural attrition, going back to yours, and we're getting a very, very strong push to use AI in work, but they've just literally, as you said, dropped the fact that the license for the Microsoft version of ChatGPT was very expensive, and they've just dropped it, and they're now looking for targeted employees to become AI savvy employees rather than trying to do it company-wide.
There's another issue turning up with the Microsoft AI. It's called Copilot, and they're trying to sell it for huge amounts of money to organisations by saying, look, we've got this tool that can just read all of your existing data and then act as a large language model based upon your existing data. However, yes, it can do that, provided you do a completely fresh build. You build your data stores so that they are designed to work with it. If you try to glue it onto your existing databases and your existing systems, someone down at the bottom end of the company can say, Copilot, please give me a salary profile for all members of staff in the top 10% of earners, and suddenly you've got a significant issue with data security. And if the system is not set up precisely with all the right security stuff, and most organisations can't do that yet, then you end up with huge data protection issues, and this is one of the reasons why Copilot is not getting a response, and why your company almost certainly has come across that problem. It's one of the reasons they drop it.
The contrasting experience, though, just to give it, and I do give talks about it, and I always ask people to put their hands up if they use it, and I usually get quite a few people. And the people who do it are things like, I need to write a cold calling email to somebody.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. And then you type in a few words and you get most of your cold calling email, right? Which, let's face it, nobody really wants to write. And it will get a long way for you, which you then edit, you specify, etc. So obviously they are using it. Quite a few programmers claim to be using it. I actually find it distinctly unhelpful when I write code, but people do. There's no quote for certain programming tasks. It can save you
small tasks. It's quite good.
Yeah, it's the right
like a little bit of bash script. It's quite painful to do by yourself.
Exactly. Yeah. So that kind of thing. But also students, let's face it, are using it forever. Because, and this is not an insignificant number of people.
A lecturer friend of mine did say that the very first thing that they got their students to do was to write an introduction paragraph of who they are, where they come from, what they want to get out of the course, and 90% of them use ChatGPT to do so.
So that is a reality, right? That people, it is crap, but people are finding a use for it nonetheless, because there is an overall labour saving to them. So you're not going to use it for any business process that you rely upon. You're not going to use it, for anything you rely on, because as we know, it will get things wrong. Actually, as I always say, it doesn't actually get things wrong. According to the algorithm, everything it produces is 100% correct according to its algorithm. It's wrong. This is literally true. It's wrong because it's never any processing any real meaning as we would understand it. So the thing that it's outputting is statistically exactly what it should produce, but because it's never processing meaning in the sense that we understand it, it's gobbledygook to us. Right? But a lot of the time it's very confidently producing things which people will work with. Same with image generation, actually. There's a lot of people will get it to help them do things like, again, this is a real problem from the point of view of employment and artistic creativity, but they will use it to, a quick and dirty image that they need for something. They'll just throw that in.
It's a prototyping tool.
Yeah, and anybody who uses, like, if you use Canva, for example, I use Canva. Now I use Canva. There's an AI generation thing in the corner. Like, all these image generation tools all have the AI generation thing in the corner.
It's never given me anything.
Exactly. So it's really a combination of banal and bizarre, as I like to say. Right?
Yeah. So I think we all agree that it's. I'm of the same opinion as the rest of the panel. We all agree that the current crop of it, what we call AI, is not going to gain sentience. But the panel itself is about sentient AI and how we should be thinking about how we should treat it. So if we follow the massive assumption that artificial intelligence could gain sentience, how should we be treating it?
Actually, can I just break in to say, we as a panel may be perfectly happy saying it's not sentient, it's not a problem. But we are the educated. We are people who know these things because we've read the things. If we're not computing people, we turn up at panels like this. There's a significant proportion of the population out there for whom these are sentient things because any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic.
Exactly.
ChatGPT is a live monster. I have colleagues who are seriously discussing the creativity of generative AI for creating graphics and putting in features that are not asked for. Is this the AI dreaming? I haven't killed them yet.
I think that's probably maybe some users when they've used that language, like they would say it's hallucinating. It's a personification word.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We're good at personifying anything. Anything we're vaguely looking like a face, we'll go, oh, it's a face.
Yeah.
But yeah. So you've been a little bit quiet.
Well, yeah. Sorry, I was thinking I got misunderstood it wrong because I didn't make a clear enough point about the body thing. So the idea of having an AI that learns through a body is so that it can explore the context it's in and gain an understanding of what the world is and the stuff in it. And that does come back to what you're saying with the ChatGPT stuff. People think it knows things.
It's semantics.
The latest thing I saw was a screenshot of what's the difference between a garnish and a dressing. Well, a garnish goes on a soup and a dressing goes on onions. That's what it says. It doesn't know, it's just the statistical probability of that being the correct answer. So it's an information-shaped answer. Looks like it means
I like that.
So if we train something, that builds up, it understands how to interact, and then it starts to learn what things in the world are. So I think we would only recognise AI as being sentient if it acted the way we do. Whereas if one learnt, just from like the internet and had no body, it would be like a Skynet thing.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have wouldn't understand the world in the way that it is, because it doesn't even see a picture as a picture, because it's not processing it with senses.
Yeah, it probably learned that from Jack and Jill, because the vinegar and brown paper thing. That's pretty great.
But yeah, with regards to the ethics and like how we treat sentient things, a good thought experiment, which actually came from me playing No Man's Sky. Some people may have heard of it. Infinite Universe game. Effectively, it's all done with algorithms. And in that, the universe itself is a simulation. So within like the plot of it, the universe is a simulation. If you could simulate the motion of every molecule, and you simulated enough molecules to simulate a person or an organic being and its environment, technically, because you're simulating all of those interactions, that being inside it, if you copied a person, is sentient because it has all of the feelings of a person.
That's like the Borges story about creating a map, and they create it at ever larger scale until the map's 1-to-1. It's the same, and it's the world.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find the research about, the latest research about AI. There's a very interesting paper recently where they're basically trying to take upon board this question about an AI not having a body. So what they did was they took a toddler and they strapped a camera to the toddler's head, and they let the toddler wander around, because clearly you are now embodying the AI that's processing the camera view, and it's just kind of completely misses the point, right? Utterly misses the point.
It still doesn't have a mouth.
Yeah, so
it can't do the taste sensation, texture sensation that toddlers learn from.
To try and drag this back to the question of the panel, though, is like, is treating what could potentially be a super intelligent sentient being as a camera on the toddler, is that storing up problems for the future? If that particular AI...
Not great for the toddler, is it? Is it Hayden Elgin, his little native tongue, who doesn't stick the baby next to them, and you think, well, not good for the baby.
Experiment.
Yeah.
There's so many, I mean, the flip side of all of this, right, is that in writing about AI, you can have so much fun with it, right, because, I mean, they are fascinating characters. I mean, how many robot characters and AI characters do we all love in films and literature? And let's not forget that side of things, right, because just because we're dissing where we are now, it doesn't mean that you can't think interesting thoughts about what these things could be in principle. Right?
Well, you come back down to the basic idea of the Turing test, which is all about, can you persuade someone? No. Can you identify whether a response is given by a sentient being or a machine? If we can if something is giving a response that looks like a sentient being, whether it is embodied or not, how do we treat it?
Yeah, there's been a whole lot of different shades of Turing test now, and then one of the questions that I did think of, and which I could have come to later, was if a machine did gain sentience, how would we know?
With stuff like the Turing test and, ChatGPT, which would pass a Turing test, the thing is, it's only ever responding to that input, so there's nothing going on behind the scenes in between inputs. Whereas
we wouldn't know if there was anything going on behind the inputs.
As it's code, you might know that processors aren't doing anything, due to code flow, etc. But like with us, stuff goes on internally all the time, never stopping.
Yeah, so there's rabbits that go around in a circle.
And I think that's maybe the difference between something that is sentient. It's not going to just respond to external inputs, maybe, because that's how you become, I suppose, self-aware, because you can have thoughts about the nature of yourself.
Right. I mean, just coming back to the whole idea of it's not good for the top, do we have a moral responsibility towards AI if if we lived in a world where we were able to create a strong AI or artificial general intelligence, AGI, what is our moral responsibility as the creator?
Wow, that's a very big question. That is a very odd thing, because I suppose our moral responsibilities as animal parents, we technically don't have one, but our moral responsibilities arise from our feelings towards them. There are plenty of creatures that have young and just leave them and walk off. A lot of reptiles do it and things like that, so they don't have the same nurturing instincts.
Technically, our moral response comes from the environment that we've been brought up in, and what our society has taught us is the correct response to a particular interesting problem.
I can't see a framework for us actually having one, but if I was to create one, I would feel responsible for it, because I have a sense of ownership of what it would do.
But that is anthropomorphizing again. We as a species will anthropomorphize, and as soon as we do that, we're not looking at the moral and ethical issues relating to dealing with a computer. We are turning it into a moral stroke ethical, or a moral issue relating to how do we treat other humans, because we are assuming that it responds like a human, therefore we must treat it like a human.
But if by hypothesis it was something that was sentient and intelligent, perhaps not in the same way.
If it was an alien.
If it was an alien, but nobody has a really strong argument that you can't build these things ultimately, right, out of software.
You can build more and more complex simulations.
More and more complex simulations, and the question is whether a simulation becomes something that can actually do the things that we do, which is feel pain, feel joy, feel all the things, or things that are perhaps analogous to what we do, or at least bear some intersection with what we do. And if by hypothesis you can build such a thing, then you would start to have a moral response. If you engage with that thing, then I guess you would have to, just in the same way as we engage with other species, animal species now. And those things develop, right? I mean, we used to have a very different view to animal rights, for example, than we do nowadays. And as the relationship between ourselves and other beings, let's call it a being for a moment, goes on in time, and we change, then we could, I think, develop a sense of responsibility. I think it's certainly perfectly worthwhile for us to explore that in fiction, let's say.
Yeah. There's a book called Mountains Under the Sea, Mountains in the Sea. I don't know if any of the panelists have read it, which essentially blends all of these sort of moralistic questions about AI, because there's an AI being within it which is embodied, with first contact, because there's first contact with alien creatures which are super evolved giant octopus basically in the sea. And then there's a subtle thread about how AI is being used, or our perception of what AI is now, how that AI is being used in this fictional world. And there's a great bit where essentially there's a fishing vessel at sea which is being driven by an AI, and it has a number of human gods, and the people on it are prisoners. It's slave labour, and they overthrow the gods, but they can't overthrow the AI, and eventually the AI, just by essentially starving them, gets them to work for it, because it has no morals. It's just its goal is to collect fish, and that's what it's going to do. And that's kind of an interesting thing. I've lost where I was going with that. There you go. Anything to add?
Well, it does become interesting, because the question then becomes, can a simulated system develop morals? And
should we be starting to think about teaching simulated systems morals, and we actually do teach them ethics, because ethics is the process of making decisions, and so that's relatively straightforward. But we have to we have to teach the model what is appropriate moral behaviour as defined by our society.
I mean, how would a non-emotional being, if that's what we created, tackle the trolley problem?
I was thinking of the trolley problem, yeah.
So for anybody who doesn't know, the trolley problem is essentially there's two tracks on a train track. One's got one person who would be knocked down and killed. One's got 5 people, and there's a person who's controlling the which way the track goes, but they're trying to kill the 5 people. Would you kill them to save and put it down the one person? And is killing one person to save 5 a good moral thing to do? But yes, that's. How would
press the brakes.
You could press the brakes. But that's the thing, is like, if your goal is to save the maximum amount of people,
yeah.
If that's the goal you give to a non-emotional being, how would it tackle that? Because as an emotional being, you're going, well, killing 5 people is wrong, but killing one person to save 5 people is also wrong.
But then you get the whole needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few issue. And that actually takes us to the interesting point where you have characters who in many ways are designed to represent the AI. And in many ways the Vulcans are embodied AIs in the way they were originally viewed as logical, emotionless. They are almost like a computer, and in fact Spock is often compared with a computer. So you've got this situation where logic, how do we save the maximum number of lives, makes sense. Well, you kill the one to save the many. But it's not just that we see it in computers, but in literature and in science fiction in general. We actually see this being made flesh in order to answer the same questions.
It's like you have that question, you have the trolley problem, you have Spock on Star Trek. All of these situations, you consider the problem from a particular point. So this is the point at which somebody driving the trolley feels they have to make that decision because they haven't made the right decisions in the first place, and now they're stuck. Spock is on the spaceship. Why? He's logical. Why is he going off? You know, he probably knows. His bread's best buttered. Staying where he is expected to be. Him being on that spaceship in the first place is a problem with his entire society. So why is he doing it? He's not that logical. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, not everything is logic, right? Things are just forms of life. You know, and just as biological things are forms of life, then synthetic things can be forms of life as well. And exactly what that consists of isn't strictly logic, right? It's more like the rules of a game or a certain set of priorities. Yeah. It's not strictly logical.
And I think when we're shying away from thinking about it in terms of sentient AI, it becomes big and scary, is because I think deep down we're aware of all the systems and processes that we have gone through as biological beings to get where we are and to make the decisions we make today when it comes to what is best for our families, our society and the world. And we know, looking around, that not everybody thinks the same way. So we know that there are always conflicts. There will always be conflicts. There are internal conflicts, there are external conflicts. And I think when you talk about how the cuteness is something from Disney Worley, what we look at there is probably a hopeful view of AI in that they're innocent. So in a way, they're still learning about the world in a way that is redeemable, whereas we are not. with that spaceship being rubbish. So,
and there's plenty of examples of that in literature, right? I'm thinking of the life cycle software objects, the Ted Chan book, where you're raising digital entities to be good citizens, right? There's this notion of raising them, teaching them morals, teaching them about the world. Although they mostly live in a virtual world, I think, don't they? But there are those paradigms in literature. But even in ChatGPT, right, there are ethical questions, because you can't have ChatGPT telling people how to build bombs or say all the things that a lot of people find offensive. And we are already aligning them, right? That's the word. We are aligning them. It's not that they're sentient. It's not that they're sentient, but they will lose money for the people who
and ironically, behind each large language model and Midjourney and all the rest of it is a whole army of coders that keep it going on a daily basis.
Yeah, and people, which a lot of humans, AI in general has tons of humans behind it, right? I mean, some AI products are actually human. Most of them are just large groups of humans.
Very badly paid.
Very badly paid.
Yeah, but I think they have a special investment on the basis of some idea which they didn't know how to implement, but they've got humans to do it for now.
With the moral issue, what you're saying about, one aside, the strong point for having to teach morals to, I'm going to use it as experiential framework taught AI, is that the way we've got models that learn machine learning, we don't actually understand the data that they produce, do we? You've got something that you show 100 photos of dogs and say, yes, this is a dog, this isn't a dog. It'll just put stuff together, and we can't pick through that data and say, oh, this is how it's working. And this is why things like the Asimov's 3 laws is complete rubbish.
I was about to come to that.
Yeah, because you aren't programming the machine to act in certain ways. You're programming the machine how to learn. So you then have to teach it what the right things are, because you can't write a single line of code to say don't kill humans, because there is no single piece of code that anyone's written that makes it behave in the way it behaves, is it? It's like you can teach it to move forwards and backwards, as in programming to its interface into the world, but how it's understanding
There's research, isn't there, on interpreting AI, that instead of them being just these several billion parameter
understandable AI.
Yeah, understandable AI. So instead of it just being flows of ones and zeros down this great big network, that it becomes something that we can understand the operation of. But I never understand how those people think they're going to achieve it, because there's no analytical basis for them to do it.
Well, so there's understandable AI and there is explainable AI, and they're not quite the same thing. The idea with understandable AI is you know why it's doing what it's doing. That's problematic when you're dealing with large amounts of data, because humans just can't handle that amount of data. So the push is now to get the AI to explain how and why it has made a decision that it has made. And once you can understand it because it has explained it, then you can make a moral judgment as to whether that was a good thing to do or not. And that's when you can start teaching morality to your system.
So just before I see if there's anybody in the audience that's got a question, baked into the panel description as well was the idea that AI could lead to an apocalypse if we don't treat it right. And I was just wondering, what's your favourite fiction version of AI apocalypse?
I don't think they've done an AI apocalypse like this, and it's how we're going to end. People are going to just stop. Oh no, actually Dune. Okay, Dune has it. People are saying, ChatGPT is sentient, it gives me all these answers. People stop thinking. And there's a quote from Dune, and I'm going to paraphrase it because it's, people turned over their thinking to machines, and people who controlled the powerful machines controlled everyone's thinking. Because they banned AI and computers, didn't they? That's why they got jihad. So yeah, we could end up with that because people are handing their thinking over. And I just came to a scary conclusion. if doctors are using AI to write their essays and theses and stuff, we're going to have untrained doctors treating us, and we're probably all going to die. So, you know, yeah, I think death by stupidity, idiocracy. Adam Sandler film.
You said war games.
War games. Because I think that's something that could happen. It involves, the idea is it's really simple, that for some reason someone thinks a machine that controls the nuclear weapons of the world is a game. But yeah, it's not going to happen because there will be firewalls, I'm pretty sure. There's a world before firewalls.
Yeah, but it all ends on vax, doesn't it? So it's like,
The interesting thing is that the first recorded death to an autonomous weapon system was in Libya in 2017. We tend to think, oh, we haven't got autonomous killer robots yet. Yes, we have. Yeah. There are some very good Turkish ones, some quite new. Generally, they tend to be Middle Eastern, shall we say. And the majority of the population have actually missed this. This is happening. We are trying not to do it.
It's done with no fanfare whatsoever.
No fanfare whatsoever. It was against one of the Libyan factions against another of the Libyan factions. And the first one had been supported by Qatar, I think, to buy drones from Turkey that allowed you to do this. And if you go searching on the web, you'll find the autonomous weapon system drones. They're out there. It would be accidental. I don't think it's necessarily going to be apocalypse by stupidity, but I think it could be apocalypse by accident.
Well, my nightmare is pretty much what we've got, which is that we just have a world totally pervaded by crap AI, basically.
Oh yeah, we do have it.
We have that already. Hello for the apocalypse. Okay, so has anybody in the audience got lots of people? Dr. Bob.
So you've got your sentient AI, and you've trained it on morals, and and you've sent it out in the world to do whatever you intended it to do. But it can learn, and surely it's going to look around and go, hey, those humans don't have the same morals as those humans. Please tell me what happens next.
It seizes up, ideally. Ideally. In practice, yeah, it's a good one.
In practice, it's already showing prejudice and bias, so yeah.
And there's no reason to suppose that an AI stays constant, right? It can constantly be changing. It's not like us with a biological function that changes over thousands of years. It can change with any new application of data or a slight change to its coding. It can become something completely different, so it could be a different kind of moral entity every 5 seconds.
Joe?
Illustrating something that I think Rex said, AI doesn't know what a fact is, it just knows what one looks like. But jumping off what Dr. Bob said, when it comes to the idea of training an AI with morals, surely the big question is who gets to decide what morals it is?
Whoever has the most money.
In a capitalist society, that is the case. It is whoever's got the most money. Who's investing in it? It's like who decides what morals corporations follow?
If you built it in your garage, it would be you. So the parents, isn't it? Really?
Mm. It's like. Oh, it's kind of a tangential, but I see in the news, I see reports about, so like how P&O treat their stuff and how they get away with it, and then a small Scottish fishing company does the same thing, and they don't get away with it. It's money.
It's money. Yes.
Yes, there's been lots of talk about moral responsibility in various ways. The two words not used together are legal responsibility. as we've seen, some of these things are being trained. And the consequences are from that training. Where is the legal responsibility for the action that the AI takes, used by a third party?
So if you're in charge of an autonomous vehicle and that autonomous vehicle knocks somebody over and you just happen to be a passenger in it, what's your culpability?
They decide who the driver is.
What's the culpability of the people who train the AI to do what it
Yeah, well, I can answer that one because this has actually happened, and the culpability is on the person who's in charge of the machine, even though they weren't driving.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit like handling a dog, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, you've got a dog.
And again, it's the corporation have gone, well, it's your fault.
Yeah. Is that not American law, and it would be different in Europe?
Potentially.
And that's a car, not software telling people what they can do.
And the car is the car is being controlled by a computer program, so
Yeah, so I work very near those people who create the self-driving cars, and they're also the people behind the little shopping robots. So I've been watching those shopping robots for years, falling over. It's been very funny. So yeah, I wouldn't trust one.
So part of my job is to create the communication network that will allow those little shopping robots and autonomous vehicles to talk to each other. So, yeah. You have a question? Or has it been answered?
Oh yes, I was going to ask about, well, just, somebody mentioned Canva a bit, and it is this thing where recently there's all of these companies that are just shoving down usually like ChatGPT based like programs that are like, let's make you a graphic on Canva even though it will look really bad and you won't be able to use it in any of your designs, but we've put it in there. And I was kind of wondering about the current trend that we're on in ChatGPT based, these kinds of things that are generating stuff. Does that seem like that's going to land, like continue forward, and it seems like it's not going to become sentient, but companies are taking out of it. Is that a bubble that's about to burst? Was kind of my thought. Like, is that really
It is a bubble that's going to burst, because what we have at present is a brand shiny new technology, and we don't really know what its limits are in terms of what we can effectively use it for. So we've got companies buying into it because they think that they can do amazing things with it, and they're going to find that actually no, that just does not quite work. The technology isn't suitable for this, but it is going to be a bubble.
The data that's in it as well is getting eroded by it taking output that's been AI generated. So that quality is going, it's all going to go beige. It's like a pot of paint. You start off with a nice shiny white tin of paint, and you add things into it, and then you accidentally add a load of some crappy colour you don't want, and the paint's gone brown. No matter how much white paint you add to it, you're never going to get white unless you start with a tin of white paint. And they can't start with a tin of white paint because that would mean retraining everything.
But the fact is there are billions and billions of dollars going into this still, right? That momentum's not gone away. I mean, you've probably seen that Google is talking about building nuclear reactors to power the data centers that are needed to train its AIs. There's a massive corporate momentum behind it. So even though however stupid it is, however environmentally irresponsible it is, however politically irresponsible it is, it's there and it's going. There's tons of money going into it.
Exactly.
If you've got like an argument against nuclear power, it goes like you're saying, like we would rather have regenerative power to power our nation, but the demand is growing. It's okay, there'll be technological solutions that mean we need to use less power. But this is just growing and growing, and it's like so needless. It's so needless when all people are doing with it is making cute pictures of themselves.
Cute pictures of cats, really, isn't it? Let's face it. I think we've come to the end. Have we got time for one more question? One really quick question. Anybody? No.
I'm now going to give a reading about AI.
Brilliant. So all it's have to do is to thank the panelists. Thank you very much.
From Aragorn to Xanathar. Nerds like a lot of things, but there's one thing they love above all else, and that is correcting people. This is a game called Actually. It's a game show all about correcting fandom minutiae. Joining me, we have these lovely panelists who will be correcting me on my blatant misinformation. We have Joanne Hall, whose buzzer sounds like... We have Naomi Scott, whose buzzer sounds like... And we have Stephen Paul, whose buzzer sounds like... And keeping score in the corner, we have our friendly neighbourhood Bav. Hello, friendly. Yeah.
No, just neighbourhood.
For legal reasons, I must point out that Bav is not forced to be here. He is here of his own free will because he wants to be. Cool. So, the way this game works is actually... Choo Choo Charlie is the CEO of this whole operation, and the person who loses will be fed to Choo Choo Charlie. So the way this game works is I have here a stack of statements. These are incorrect statements about the language. Yes. They are incorrect statements about the things that you know and love. It will be up to our panelists to buzz in and correct me by saying, actually. If you don't say actually, you won't get a point, and someone else may be able to swoop in and steal the point. You must get the correction correct as well. That will be...
You can't just correct you with nonsense.
Yeah, you can't just make stuff up. There are correct corrections to these. Bav will be keeping score. And does that make sense to everyone? No? Good.
No, not in the slightest.
Are you feeling confident?
Absolutely not.
Brilliant. No. Good. So, here is our first statement. In J.R.R. Tolkien's The Hobbit, Bilbo Baggins meets the wizard Gandalf one morning. After a short but alarming conversation about adventures, Bilbo attempts to end the conversation as soon as possible and invites Gandalf to tea. The wizard shows up, followed by 13 dwarves, Balin, Dwalin, Kiwi, Fili, Dori, Nori, Ori, Oin, Gloin, Beaver, Bofer, Bombor, and Thorin Oakenshield. Something was wrong in that statement. Anyone got any guesses? Ooh. Joe?
Actually, didn't he invite Gandalf for dinner?
No, he invited him for tea. Steve? Actually, he didn't invite the dwarves. It didn't say that. It just said he invites Gandalf, who shows up followed by 13 dwarves. Does anyone in the audience have an idea? Go for it.
Actually, the dwarves came first.
That is correct. Gandalf is not followed by the dwarves, but in fact follows the dwarves.
The dwarves were preceding.
Yes.
Oh, well, that's what the dwarves
from most. No. But that gives you an idea of exactly how ridiculously specific we're going to be getting in these questions. So that is 1 point for the audience.
I would just like to say that if my boss is currently watching this on the stream, she's going to be screaming at me right now.
So, here is our second statement. The Wind in the Willows by Kenneth Grahame tells the story of anthropomorphic woodland creatures, often named after the creature they are, such as Mole the Mole, Ratty the Rat, Badger the Badger, and Toad of Toad Hall. Joe?
Actually, I think you'll find that Ratty was a water vole and not a rat.
That is correct. That is a point for Joe. And Ratty was, in fact, a water vole, not a rat. There's all kinds of weird questions about how he got that nickname. So 1 point for Joe. Our third statement. In the Chronicles of Narnia, the originally published order of the Chronicles of Narnia puts Prince Caspian immediately after the Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe, but some publishers interject the Horse and His Boy between the two, since the events of the Horse and His Boy take place chronologically after the events of the Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe. Joe again.
Actually, and technically, I think from the events of the Horse and His Boy take place during the events of the Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe.
That is correct. There's another point for Joe. The Horse and His Boy takes place simultaneously with the last chapter of The Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe. So I think Joe's on 2. and the audience is on 1. These two really need to buck up that game.
Probably a buzzing game, come on.
How are you on video games? This is going to be great. Are we talking Sega Dreamcast? That kind of era. Space Invaders? Donkey Kong is the star of his own series of video games, often accompanied by his friend Diddy Kong, who, unlike the naked Donkey Kong, wears a hat and a shirt. Actually, I think he wears a shirt and a tie. Who? Diddy Kong. No, Diddy Kong doesn't wear a tie, he just wears a shirt and a hat. I would say you were dangerously close to the right answer. Joe?
Actually, Donkey Kong wears a tie.
Donkey Kong does wear a tie. That is another point for Joe Hall. Running away with it already. Yeah. Steve, what are you the same age? We should both feel bad about this. How are you on Star Trek? Which one? I need them. All of them. This is another one my mother's going to be shouting at me. In Star Trek, the original series, Klingons look very different to how they are portrayed later in later made series. However, in Star Trek Deep Space Nine, the crew travels back in time to the original series Enterprise during the Troubles event. Their contemporary Klingon, Worf, when questioning about the difference in appearance, simply says that it's a long story, not to be discussed with outsiders, and the matter is never discussed again. Really? Actually, he says we don't talk about it. That's kind of what I said. He says it is a long story and we do not discuss it with outsiders. That's all he says. Yes, and it is never addressed again. Actually, it is addressed. It's this is all part of the Star Trek Discovery thing, if I remember rightly. You are dangerously close to the correct answer. I will give it to you unless somebody else has an answer. I'll give that to Bab. It is... Yeah, you have to be the thanks I've seen the theme tune. I don't have to, I'm keeping score. Star Trek Enterprise. Do you know points? Do you know what causes it, Steve, by any chance? I'll give you a point if you do. It was if I remember right, it's a plague? Yeah, I'll give you that. Yeah, it was an airborne pathogen.
No, I was going to go for a transporter accident with Gwen.
Actually, it's human DNA. It's human DNA that evolves into an airborne pathogen. So give Steve a point. But I have a 10. What are the scores looking like? The scores are: Steve has 1. We don't discuss name the score with outsiders. Joe has 3, the audience has 1, and even I have 1. Yeah. Well, you have 10. I don't actually cheat, because I'm screwing.
Get to the end of it. John has 350 points. How did that happen?
So, here is our next statement. In H.P. Lovecraft's story, The Alchemist, narrated by Count Antony de C., he tells of how his noble ancestor was responsible for the death of a dark wizard. The wizard's son cursed every member of the murderer's family to magically die upon reaching the age of 32. Steve. Actually, isn't that the plot of Logan's Run? I don't know if Logan's Run is magical. Any other guesses from the panel?
I've seen that film. Jenny Harris takes all the clothes off. It's pretty magical.
Anybody in the audience know the answer to this one? No, clearly quite
Is that not Edgar Allan Poe rather than Lovecraft?
No, it's H.P. Lovecraft. The answer is they don't magically die. The wizard breaks into their house and kills them himself.
Is he just a shit wizard?
Apparently. You don't have to be murdered. His dad was a wizard. You just have to be... Oh, God. Well, if you want to murder, this next one is about Dungeons and Dragons. Now you're talking. In Dungeons & Dragons, spellcasters can learn dozens of undeniably useful spells, as well as some of more questionable utility, such as Otto's...
Actually, all the spells are of questionable utility.
I'll complete the statement. Including Otto's irresistible dance, which makes enemies dance uncontrollably, Quincy's enchanting gourmet, which lets you imbibe food with magic, and Guise of the Yak Man, which makes you appear to be a yak man.
Steve, actually there's no such thing as Guise of the Yak Man.
It is a real spell, I'm afraid.
No, you're kidding.
No, it's real.
Guise of the Yak Man.
Guise of the Yak Man.
What edition was that from?
I think it's 4th edition.
Nobody plays 4th edition.
Exactly. We are talking obscure here. Any other guesses?
And anyway, you could do thousands of things with Fireball.
I don't see how Guise of the Yak Man would particularly help. It's like, it's a guy around, we'll turn you into a yak.
Yeah. Sometimes you need to
cast Guise of the Yak Man again.
No, curses! Anyone in the audience have a guess on what is incorrect in the statement?
Yeah, Otto Luke rather than Otto's irresistible dance. That used to be in 2nd edition.
Possibly, it was abbreviated on the Wikipedia I looked at. Do you have an answer?
For system elimination, the second spell doesn't exist?
It does exist. It doesn't do what I said. Quincy's Enchanting Gourmet is a spell dedicated to cooking and cleaning up the kitchen afterwards.
I need one.
Yeah, I think we could all do reference. No points on that one. How are you on Doctor Who?
Oh, God.
This is going great for me.
You can try us, yeah.
Are they the Doctor or are they Doctor Who? It's a contentious question. The first 4 Doctors are listed in the show's credits as Doctor Who, but every Doctor since then has been the Doctor. However, in 2017, in the episode World Enough and Time, Missy reveals that the Doctor once went by Doctor Who, but dropped the Who as it was a bit on the nose. So this is why I was originally going to bring my laptop to this, and I had a little background music, which would make this dead air a bit more enjoyable.
Actually, I'm going to say that he was always credited as the Doctor. Well, they were always credited as the Doctor.
No, I'm afraid none of the fast forward Doctor Who.
Correct, actually.
Anyone else got any ideas?
Actually, the 9th and 10th Doctors were called Doctor Who in the credits.
Close enough. The 9th Doctor was called Doctor Who in the credits. It went back to the Doctor with David Tennant. So yeah, a weird choice in 2005 they made.
Isn't it Doctor Who?
Doctor Who. So that was a point for the audience.
Depends whether you're an editor or not.
Jules Verne was mentioned earlier today, and this is a question about 20,000 Leagues. 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, a tour of underwater world. In this book, readers meet Captain Nemo, who lives a secretive life 20,000 leagues beneath sea level in his advanced submersible, the Nautilus. Joe?
Actually, it wasn't that advanced.
For the time, it was. Yeah.
Actually, it wasn't Nemo who was living 20,000 leagues under the sea.
Can you be more specific?
It was the civilization that they went to find on the Nautilus. He was only on the Nautilus.
That's not what we're looking for here, I'm afraid.
Actually, didn't he live in a secret island?
Again, that's not quite what the question was.
It did. Wasn't that with Doug McClure? No, that was Thunderbirds.
Well, he does live on
the secret island is Doctor Now.
Someone in the audience.
Yeah, I've read that one.
Actually, it's not that he lived 20 leagues below, it's the distance that he travelled was 20,000 leagues.
Yes, that is correct. Because if you went 20,000 leagues under the sea, that would punch you through the Earth's crust. Which is kind of a Jules Verne thing.
You'd probably explode before you got to that point.
They didn't have accurate tape measures.
No, that is true.
They work in imperial instance.
Yeah. How do you feel about Star Wars? Right. I'll get this one as well. Part of Jedi or Sith training includes the hand-making of one's own lightsaber. A key component is dilithium crystals, which are found in the... I think Steve got their hair before you, Joe.
Dilithium what? I'm sorry? Right. Actually, I think dilithium crystals are from a different alternate mirror universe.
I'll give that to you. Dilithium crystals are from Star Trek. Do you know what the crystals are in Star Wars? Actually, kyber crystals. That's just 1 point for Steve, though.
Give Naomi half a point for that.
All right, give Naomi a point for knowing. I want Naomi's half a point. Yes. I'm not going on empty-handed.
I've still got as many points as Wolverhampton Wanderers.
So, our next statement. While the title Super Mario Brothers is generally only applied to Mario and Luigi, in 1992 the long-lost brother Wario made his first appearance in the Game Boy game Super Mario Land 2, 6 golden coins. Joe?
Actually, wasn't it just called Super Mario Land 2?
No, it was called Super Mario Land 2, the 6 golden coins. Yeah.
I didn't remember that.
Or maybe...
Well, actually, he's not the long-lost brother.
That is correct. He's just Mario's childhood friend who became his enemy. There's a story there that we're never told.
It's a bit like the Doctor and the Master, isn't it?
Yeah, it's got that kind of vibe to it. So there's a point for Steve, once again. What are the points looking like, Bev?
Steve has 3, Naomi has 1, Joey has 3, the audience has 3, I have 1, and Jenny Agatha has 1.
Jenny Agatha definitely had 2. 2 very good points.
I decided I'd give her 1.
I feel like there's been a bit of an anarchy uprising in the points department. So, we move on to our next statement. The BBC series Torchwood follows a small group of people from the Torchwood Institute, a governmental organisation founded in Victorian England that defends the earth from supernatural threats. The name Torchwood itself is a reference to Shakespeare's The Tempest. That was Naomi first. Actually, it's the name of the house that Queen Victoria was staying in the Doctor Who episode where David could still be named after the thing in The Tempest. Yes, Steve?
Actually, it's an anagram of Doctor Who.
That is correct. Torchwood is an anagram of Doctor Who. There's another point for Steve, pulling him into the lead. Joe, you're going to have to pull your points. So, again, this was another thing that was mentioned earlier today. In Philip K. Dick's Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, Rick Deckard is a Blade Runner, a specialised bounty hunter that finds and retires escaped rogue androids.
Actually, I think I find that they're called replicants.
Yeah, kind of, but that's not working. Actually, they're not bounty hunters, they're cops. No, they are bounty hunters in the book, yeah. Anyone else? Yes?
Actually,
yeah, Blade Runner's in a different book.
Yeah, they're not called that in the book.
That is correct. They're called Blade Runners in the film, and I think in a different book, but in Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, they're not called Blade Runners. So that's another point for the audience.
The audience going to beat us.
Yeah.
There's more of them.
Yeah, there's more of them, that is true. But you always get the first chance at these.
We should give them a buzzer.
I do have one more buzzer. So, again, we had a panel about Arthur this morning. So here was another question about Arthur in legend. King Arthur's most famous weapon is the sword Excalibur, given to him by the Lady of the Lake. But he also wields the lesser-known weapons, including the dagger, God damn it, Carnwenna, the spear, oh Jesus, Rongimanad, and a second sword called Calendor, used for ceremonial purposes. Yes?
Well, actually,
do it in the psychical voice.
Okay. Well, actually, the second sword was Clarence.
That is correct. Yes, you're correct there. Calendor was a word I made up.
Something fair.
It's from real time, yeah.
Did you write Wheel of Time?
No, I didn't make it up. So that's a point for Steve. And I thought this would take a little longer because we're now on to our final statement. We haven't argued about it. I was just start making the questions now, right? Yeah, incidentally, if any of us have made a mistake, you can tweet your corrections at Joe Biden. He's not doing anything at the moment, I think.
It's on a panel tomorrow.
Yeah, so here's our final statement. In the campaign trail, a Dungeons & Dragons podcast about elections, a group of adventurers played by Stephen Poore, Joanne Hall and Ian Maitland inadvertently end up helping the goblin named Gorlak the Betrayer become Prime Minister. Steve, actually you forgot Naomi Scott. Naomi turned up later in the campaign. Well, you did briefly appear, you can I can remember. I wasn't a character in the first series. The joke is that we were all on the campaign trail at some point. I'm seeing how much they remember of, I think it was 3 years ago now, the Stones again. In the campaign trail, a Dungeons & Dragons podcast about elections, a group of adventurers, played by Stephen Poore, Joanne Hall and Amy Maitland, inadvertently end up helping a goblin named Gorlak the Betrayer become Prime Minister. Joe?
Actually, if I remember correctly, we got him into Parliament.
You've also helped him become Prime Minister. The key word here is inadvertently. It wasn't inadvertently. You knew what you were doing.
That's a very relative statement.
You fully chose to have listen to that.
Any point.
So, Bev, can you please provide for us the final scores?
Yep. I mean, you do have dead air to fill.
Yeah.
Steve has 5. Naomi has 1.
Yeah.
Joey has 3. The audience has 4. Bav has 1. And that's probably it before I get sued.
Right, so, actually, you forgot your name button.
No, I don't want to get sued.
So, this year's winner of actually is coming from behind, Stephen Poore. I hope you all enjoyed this little show. Hopefully next year, if I bring it back, I'll have a laptop. I arrived here with my laptop case, opened it up to find no laptop inside. My brother has confirmed that it's still sitting on my desk at home. Hooray. It had animations, it had pictures, it was amazing.
Actually, I don't think it had any of that, and this is a bit of a ruse.
That's a point for Bav. So, hopefully we might bring this back next year if people want us to. Until then, go ahead and correct other people who get things wrong about your favourite things.
UFO.
No, we're just going to sit here and drink in front of you all.
It's the drinking
This is like a whiskey tasting.
I'm here for my bride.
More will be available in the bar afterwards.
Have I got sound? No, I don't.
No.
Do I have sound? No.
You've got a shampoo bottle coming to you.
Can we get signed to the rest of the microphones?
No.
You were just going to run the panel, mate.
So while the whiskey works its way around, I might as well get to the formalities. We're here tonight, and I was going to say rather at the bar, but I think we brought the bar with us, which is even better, to talk about the role of contests and awards and competitions in self-publishing, and to celebrate 10 years of the self-published fantasy bug-off! So it was launched in 2014, if I've got my maths right, by author Mark Lawrence, whoever was around there. Somewhere. Yes! It's all your fault! And as far as I understand it, the competition's vision was to shine a light on self-published fantasy and to award excellence and quality, as it may be, that at the time was largely unrecognised by the wider publishing industry. But since then, the contest has grown from a niche competition that didn't quite fill its 300 book quota into an international phenomenon, with all the available places filling up within minutes rather than days. Winners and finalists have secured agent representation, traditional publishing deals, and launched successful and fulfilling indie author careers. Tonight we have the pleasure of recognising some of the finalists and presenting them with their finalist queens. And in attendance tonight we have J.E. Hannaford for, is it Gates of Hope, isn't it? There's so many books, I just can't remember. There's a little coin! I would get up, but I'm not better. And we also have a second coin for Rob J. Hayes, who has been a finalist twice.
Can we get industrial injuries?
Enjoy your expanding collection. And now to the panel. My name's Alicia Wanster-Burke. I'm the author of the Charatic Sagas, and I have another novel with my agent. I was a finalist in Spiffbo 2019-2020 with my debut novel, Blood of Heirs. It came third that year, and I was with Fantasy Faction as a guest judge for the first phase of the following year. So I got to kind of see behind the curtain. It wasn't pretty. I'd like to invite our panellists to introduce themselves and to give us a summary of their relationship with Spiffbo, whether it's current, past, present, whatever, love, hate. Hit me.
Oh, what, me?
Yeah, go.
Okay, I'm Matthew T.O. Monroe. I was an entrant in the very first Spiffbo, and I've been an entrant one other time since, not as successful as Alicia. I've also been a judge for the Fantasy Hive for, I think, 3.5 seasons. And again, it's behind the curtain's quite interesting, I agree.
It is. It's an experience. I'll say that. Yeah. Graham.
Yeah, I'm Graham Austin King. I've been an entrant in Spiffbo 3 times because I know Glutton for Punishment. I was in the very first one. I was a semi-finalist with my book Faithless in 2017, and again with The Law of Prometheus in 2019. Both times beaten by that scurrilous cur Rob Hayes. Yes. And then I was a judge for a period with Fantasy Faction in.
No, you weren't with Fantasy Faction with someone else. It was the same year though, because I remember all the.
I was a judge for someone. It was before COVID, so you know.
No, within COVID.
There you go then.
That's why it has no time.
That's right.
Time just stopped.
And I'm Jenny Hannaford, or Jay Hannaford. This is my second Spiffbo. The first one, I had the dubious honour of being, I think, cut within a week, which was probably one of the first cuts of that year, which I have ribbed that particular blog's leader about for the last 3 years mercilessly, so much so that he took me out for dinner at Glasgow. And this year, Gates of Hope, which I wasn't going to enter, but I got talked into by various people, has stunned me of becoming a semi-finalist and now a finalist, so I'm kind of blown away about it all.
And I'm Ira K. Hill, and this was my first year entering Spiffbo, and I was in fantasy faction.
Yep.
And was a semi-finalist. My debut.
So when I became a finalist, it was like those sort of closing days of 2019, the blissful last days of the before times. I still remember that my second book was coming out, and it was coming right down to the day that the second book was about to come out, and they still hadn't announced who the finalist was, and it was gone down to four authors, 3 authors, and then there was 2 of us, and I'm like, I'm either in it or it's going to be the worst day ever. And then I was in it, and it was just insane for the next 6 months. How has being getting to, or your experience with Spiffbo impacted you, whether it's your sales, your mental health, your your ability to go online, does your phone blow up like crazy all the time?
Occasionally.
Please tell me about that.
Well, it did on the day. It was a bit mad, actually. So I was sitting at home with a chippy. I'd just been to the chippy and come home, and then it just kind of went poof.
Yeah.
It was a bit mad.
Yeah.
And actually the first person to tell me was the Before We Go team leader, who sent me a message saying, you might want to log into the website now.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a warning.
And I kind of, it's like, you might want to go and check our website now, and Crystal, and I logged in, I was like, I guess I'll have a glass of wine with my chippy then. But yeah, it was quite amazing, and I think some of the others have found that as well.
Yeah.
And at some point, I have actually tapped up all of this year's finalists. I messaged them last night, and I asked them if there was anything they had to add, and I actually have a list of messages from all of this year's finalists, apart from the one announced today, because I have not yet got contact details with her.
Yeah.
So
have they found it massively overwhelming as well?
A little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the second that Jay Andrews saw her post, she sent me a message going, "Oh my God, I'm in and I'm in with you," and
yeah.
And Adrian seems to be the coolest about it all.
Chill.
But there's definitely quite a bit of panic already. We've already got our own Discord tucked away, which we have called the Spiffbo finalist, the special panic finalist box.
I think that's fair.
With a voice chat called The Void.
Ours is still going from 2019. We're still using the panic room. Yeah. We named it DNF this. So because it just felt right. Both guys that went through semi-finalist and had that kind of heady moment of, and then that. How was that? Because I don't imagine it was great fun.
Yeah, it sucked.
But was it exciting the leading up to it, and then it was like, oh, that sucks a bit, or was it just soul crushing and you hate every minute of it?
No, it was pretty cool actually, to be fair. I got some great reviews. I was in amongst some other great authors, not Rob obviously, but some great authors. And it was, Spiffbo has a community built around it, which is interesting compared to other competitions, which I'm sure we'll talk about later.
Yeah, we will.
But it was the interaction of the community and the exposure to the community, which is what Spiffbo is all about in the first place. Yeah. So that part of it was wonderful. Getting to the final furlong and then falling just short twice sucked big time.
I remember.
Yeah, you were there. So, outside of that, yeah, it was wonderful. I loved it.
Yeah.
You think?
It is
I mean, the very first Spiffbo, there wasn't, and Mark's always been very good about saying it's entirely up to the blogs how they run it, and I think there's a huge commitment from the blogs to doing the very best they can for the authors, and that's where I think Sarah Shawn started off with Bookworm Blues, with doing little mini reviews and making sure she said something about every book. And from that, this notion of semi-finalists or quarter-finalists sort of developed, where blogs are trying to make sure that it's not just the winners, but everybody gets some airtime. And it may feel like shite, I know, because it is that kind of X factor moment that there's only going to be one winner and everybody's going to get cut, everybody else is cut at some point. But it is a way of increasing the exposure. And I think that's how Spiffbo has sort of grown organically. And I'm sorry if it hurt, but also it was a kind of good hurt, You got heard more.
I think it was, for me, it was really the uncertainty, waiting to find out, that was more painful.
Yeah. The tension of that is really cruel.
And I wasn't too disappointed, because I think if I was to be too disappointed, it would mean that it would take away from actually making it to the semi-final.
Which isn't it like a massive achievement in itself? Like not to be looked down on at all.
I made sure to celebrate the semi-final as soon as I found out about it, so I cheap champion instead of chippy and wine.
Classier than me.
That's what I did.
When I made the decision to self-publish, I was talking to an agent friend of mine in Australia, and she was so disappointed, like actually visibly disappointed that I'd decided to self-publish. And she was basically like, if you do this, you personally will become untouchable to the industry. So this is pre-2008. And we know that since then, that perception has very clearly changed. Do you think that Spiffbo and other self-published competitions and awards and contests has helped change that perception? Or is it just something that has been there as the industry's changed?
I think it varies from author and person and taste. I mean, if you talk about Joanne Andrews, she was a finalist this year, but she ran a Kickstarter last week that funded in 15 minutes.
Absolutely.
Yeah. She already has an insane audience who are voracious for her books, and this is the first time she's ever made a Spiffbo fan.
Miracle is the same.
And it's that kind of like, she literally kickstarted it like that. She was sitting there talking to me going, I'm really worried about this Kickstarter, and I'm like, really? I'm sorry.
No, I know. That's for Kickstarter.
As you say, with the perception of that, I mean, as she's actually said to pass, that it's with just what you're saying, not all indies are trying to get traditionally published, nor do they see Spiffbo as a pure path to that.
Yes.
But it's seeing indies celebrating other indies who would maybe not benefit from a traditional publishing deal, and seeing this raise their profile significantly is one of the real treasures that it brings.
I think so. I would agree with that. Theo, have you seen any improvement in the quality of what's coming through the judging pile over the last few years?
I think it's always varied, and there is, and if you talk to the judges, they'll say, this is a really good year, this is a really bad year, because the beauty of the thing is it's random. As you say, it's been filling faster and faster and faster, and there's absolutely no filter. And because of Amazon and KDP, so many people are now more able to write their books, to publish their books, to get into a position where they can enter the competition. So I think it's hard to say that the quality, I think there's much more polish to it. I think people are much more professional in their approach. And you can see that in the, people are taking it serious. But that comes back to what you're saying about your agent friend saying years ago that, self-publishing is just like, you're a complete pariah for that. But now the industry is recognizing that this is a mixed economy, and there are traditionally published authors who also self-publish because there is that flexibility. So I think I'm seeing more professionalism, not necessarily better quality, but people are taking the work, they're putting the legwork in.
It's not just I've smashed something together on Microsoft Word, done something on Paint, and then gone ta-da.
We are not seeing that. No, definitely not. It's polished.
Yeah, which is really, really, and I think having something that a competition that you're going to go, I'm actually going to put my book up, makes you want to go, do I want to put that out there? Do I actually want people to see that? Or do I want people to see the best book that I can make?
I could have pushed to put Gates in last year.
Yeah.
But Gates came out in April.
Yeah.
But I didn't want the pressure of thinking I have to finish it for April to put it in
And that's
May.
something-
I happened to finish it in April. I set the date.
Yep.
But I didn't want Spiffbo to be what I was writing it for. And I know there are still quite a lot of authors who push through to finish it, to get the book out, still, even now, even with the polish, to hit that deadline, to get in. And you see them and you can hear, and what you're saying sounds really positive, because I know that from talking to people in the past, there have been moments where you think they could have done with another month, they could have done with another pass, but they were rushing to hit that deadline.
They were, I mean, there's people that have been like, oh, if I put it in, if I publish it on this date, will it qualify? And it's like, do you want to do that? Is that a good idea?
Ready?
Because First Scars has been out for, what, 18 months now?
The first Scars came out in April, so a little bit counter to what you're saying. I had planned to finish it in time for Spiffbo.
Plenty of time.
Plenty of time.
Do you think it kind of got its feet under it before it went in, or?
Yeah, I did Kickstarter, and I launched on Kickstarter as a complete unknown.
Yeah.
And that's funded. This is the 6th or 7th convention I've been to this year, so
That's
you don't. Kickstarter is kind of ridiculous. You can play a complete unknown and make a few bob.
A giant book.
I love the giant book. Each book only gets one shot.
That's it.
You can't re-enter, so you've got to make sure that it's entered at the right time.
You got to make sure it's ready. And I was going to come to that later, but yeah.
Sorry.
Got there quickly. So I'm going to move on to talking about competitions and contests more generally now. So in Australia, the pinnacle award for SFF is the Aurealis Awards. Like Spiffbo, it's judged by a panel. But unlike Spiffbo, it happens behind closed doors. You don't see it, and they will announce a shortlist, and then they'll announce the winner. That's it. You don't get any, as far as I know, you don't get any feedback. You might be able to ask for it privately, but I'm not actually sure. So as Tia was saying, Spiffbo judges are only obligated to publicly review their finalist, but it has become more common that they are reviewing every book in their allocation. They're doing small reviews, they're doing larger reviews, but some of those reviews, whilst they've made careers, have also destroyed some people who I know. And it's actually done a lot of damage. What has been your experience of those reviews and that process? Did you get anything out of it? Has it been positive? Has it been negative? Has it boosted your book?
I think maybe emotionally I can talk about it rather than, because it's still quite new. But with this being my debut novel, and it's the first thing I've ever been writing for about 5 or 6 years now. It's the first thing I've ever completed as a package.
Yep.
It is also the first thing where I've ever got any kind of external validation from people who didn't have skin in the game.
Yes.
Not people who are in my writers group or people who have paid to be taking a creative writing class from, or editor or whatever.
Yep.
So getting the semi-finalist nod, and my reviews were quite diverse. Everyone had quite a different experience.
Okay.
But one person, everyone quite liked it, and one person really liked it. So that kind of the validation.
Does it feel like reasonably consistent though? Like everyone,
Well, I think
people
it
differ on different
reflected-
things, but
it reflected a real diversity of what people are looking for.
Cool.
And there's Fantasy Faction has one judge who's famously allergic to romance, for example.
Where is she? She's around.
She's not in here. She's here, but she's not in here.
She was so excited when there was no kissing in my book. Honestly, you cannot imagine how excited
there you
she
go.
was.
We literally speak of the devil.
And all the romance leads them.
We did. We summoned her with a lack of romance.
We've just been talking about how pleased you were, Julia, that Alicia's book had no kissing in it.
Yeah. And then how gutted she was about book 2. She's like, oh, gross. You ruined it. Jenny, how about you? How's that, like, the openness of the competition as opposed to it happening all behind closed doors and then someone goes, boom, there's a winner?
I think, as you say, it can be really useful. For me, the first time round, obviously getting cut, so really it was still a reasonable review.
Yep.
And it still made it to his last 2 before the choice. It just happened to be within a week. So I felt like it appeared and then it disappeared. The one difference with the skin was the fact that because it had the placement it did on the cover contest, because that was still going, it still stayed visible for a long time because that cover caught the eye, and people still stopped me for the cover of the book.
Yeah.
So
for me, that first time round, actually, that cover contest placement probably did more for me than my written review.
Yeah.
But this time round, I have to say the reviews, I mean, I had a hope that the Gate review was going to be good, because about 2 weeks before the Gates of Hope review came out, John Marrow actually reviewed the second book on Grimdark magazine.
Nice.
Before the review for Before We Go blog had come out, and he actually reviewed the second book at that point. And the quotes he gave me were, they blew my mind. And then the actual review that he put out, saying that it should be up there with some of the most memorable books ever printed in Spiffbo, and I was like, I wasn't even going to enter it.
Beloved.
Most beloved. Okay, let's just memorise my quotes.
That's amazing.
And so I was kind of shaking when I think I mentioned, because we had just met up with Anna. We were meeting in a car park. Sounds really dodgy. We do this, okay? We
dodgy people, I know. We got some really dodgy people.
It was a National Trust car park. Can we take dodginess away? We were meeting, and I got out the car, and Anna and I both looked at each other, and I was like, because she'd seen it as I'd seen it.
It's great to be able to share that with somebody, though. Greg, I think was it Faithless?
Yeah.
It was in a blog, and they didn't post anything about any of their allocation until they put through, and it was just everyone's cut, and here's my finalist, which is kind of the complete opposite experience that you had with Prometheus, I imagine.
Yeah, it was. It's been said already that there are no expectations put on the bloggers.
Yeah.
The bloggers can run it however they want to run it, which is fine.
Yep.
Spiffbo had been going for a few years at that point, and there was sort of, from my selfish perspective, and a sort of unwritten expectation that there would be some sort of noise.
Yeah.
The community interaction is nothing else.
Yeah.
And that wasn't present with that blogger.
So and it was an isolated thing too. There was all these other blogs that were posting about their books, and it was just crickets.
Yeah, absolutely.
From that particular blog.
Yeah, but I mean, as we've already said, the bloggers can run it however they want. So those are the chances you take, unfortunately. Yeah. But I got a lot of reviews from other bloggers, and they did very well. So
yeah,
all was good.
When I've been a judge in the brief time that I was a judge, I sometimes find it difficult to find something super nice to say about a book that just isn't doing it for me. Have you found that getting easier as the years go on, or is it sometimes just like pulling teeth?
I think it's interesting. I mean, my first Spiffbo experience, I put in Lady of the Helm. There were only like 249 entries. I got nothing. I got absolutely nothing at all. The reviewer, I think, must have picked his finalist. I think he did do a few reviews, or she. I'm not even sure that, to be honest. So I understand that sense, because that was my personal experience as an entrant in Spiffbo was deafening silence.
Silence, yeah.
I think it is tricky because as a team of reviewers, you do talk, and it's that kind of gallows humour. And I think sometimes, at times, we did end up being possibly meaner to books than we needed to be. I'm teaching creative writing, I'm TA university group, so I've got an adult learning group, and you are dealing with people's babies here. And to be honest, some of the things that you find yourself, so you do have to be careful, and you do try to always say something positive, and you can really judge the quality of the book more by the length of the review almost than what's said, because people have invested time and effort in this, and often you think this is a really, really creative and brilliant idea. I just wish you could have been a bit better in the execution.
And that can be where it falls down.
Yeah. So, but it is personally in all of my reviewing, both for Goodreads, Fantasy Hive, and Spiffbo, I've tried to veer more towards positive, because authors are people too.
Most sometimes. So I tried to do a bit of research into this, and I couldn't actually find any major publishing awards, and maybe the audience can help me out with this, any major publishing awards, industry awards, that are only open to traditionally published work anymore. And I feel like there were some that were originally closed off, and it was just for traditionally published work, and now more have opened up to self-pub. But I think that, you know, obviously every competition has to have rules and criteria, what's allowed in, what's not. And I think this competition is sort of famous for having quite a more flexible approach, although we still have to wade through the slush.
I think one thing I would say is just the distinction between traditionally published and self-published is becoming very, very blurred. There's small press, there's people setting up their own publishers, so it's quite hard to pick.
This happened in 2019, was that there was a bunch of books that got entered under the author names, but then when we opened them all up, they were all from the same press, and they're like, no, we're self-published. It's like, no, you're not. And they're like, but oh no, we just started that imprint to publish under. Why? We didn't want people to think we were self-published. Hold on. So, and I'm not joking. This is the exact conversation that they had. We didn't want readers to think we were self-published. But you entered it into a self-published competition. Yeah. But I can't. Is there a contract about royalties? Yes, you're not in. And we had to and there was all this backwards and forwards about. So, do you think the rules for entering competitions create barriers for authors to get their books in, or are the rules being changed? You know, disappearing altogether? I don't know. Just talk about something.
My concern, I mean, the rules, it's very difficult. Mark has always tried to keep the rules as absolutely simple as possible, you know, and I think the no drama one's really the most important rule.
Yeah.
But as with any rule, as with any system, people do circumvent it in different ways. For me, one of my concerns is around like co-authorship, which I understood as being like Anna and Fletch working on that rather strange but exciting book.
You cannot say it's not.
But also co-authorship means like, well, is one person an executive author and the other person the one who does the legwork? So people will complicate things even when you try to keep them simple.
Yeah. Well, like in our household, like, are we allowed to set up a small press imprint for the purposes of having a business, and then are we still self-published, or, you know, is my money my money and his money is also my money? Like, you know, how does that work? I think
how marriage works.
I think that's okay. We'll stick with that then. That sounds good. Anyone else have thoughts on like barriers and rules, and has that been prohibited you from putting books into competitions in the past?
No, I think there are obviously a lot of competitions out there, but one of the things about SPIFBO is, I think, the fact that you do not have to pay your entry is a significant factor. I'm not saying that there's anything against entirely those that do ask for paid entry, because some of those obviously also have their place. But there's also a lot that I feel like you can literally pay just to get a badge on your book. And so therefore that openness of SPIFBO, the limit on the rules, but the openness of entry, to me carries a lot more merit than some of the other ones that you have paid to enter. This is not just me saying this because Book Blogger's Novel of the Year cuts my book in the first round every single time. But they also will allow you to re-enter. Yeah, you won that one, didn't you?
You did.
Yeah. You may not want to, you won that one. But there are so many others out there. I see books, and they've got like 10 badges across the front.
Yeah.
And the gold medal awards for this, and you look into some of them, and actually the gold medal award also means you paid for this service and that service and the other service part of the competition. And I'm kind of like, so I think that there are barriers, but there are also things where you can pay your way into competitions, get what looks like a really good award on the front, and it's not worth much. But you were saying about being able to enter things in the indie stuff, and I know that like British Fantasy Association Awards and things, for me, I mean, like, obviously prior to like this summer, the fact that our Skybreaker was nominated for one of those, and we were a collection of indies producing an anthology, and we got nominated for Best Anthology on that as a group of indies. Yes, we had a small press publishing us, but a group of us was kind of like mind-blowing. It's like, okay, we're actually being recognised for our writing in something like that at that point. So
something cool's kind of happening here.
Something cool's happening here, But, it's...
I like it. I like it a lot.
I think the lack of barriers is good, but I I think the financial barrier for a lot of the competitions is another topic, another matter, debate ethically, potentially.
Yeah.
Especially those that charge significant money for entry, and some of them are in the hundreds of pounds.
What are we talking about here?
There are some that charge 3-figure entries.
It's like vanity competition.
It is.
Disgusting.
Yeah. And then they have the badges, those are the badges you see on the Amazon books.
Ew, I feel a bit gross. Do you have any thoughts on that, Ira?
Yeah, I think, am I right in thinking this was the first year that Spiffbo was so oversubscribed that we had to have a lottery?
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Oh,
Yeah.
God, really?
Yeah.
I've been in Painland. I don't really know what's been going on. So please tell me more about that.
I didn't do it, but I thought that kind of is the exact opposite of what you're talking about, because that's randomness is fair. So 600 people enter, 300 people get through, and there's no bias. There's no resource bias. Who has the most money?
Resource bias is a big deal.
So Spiffbo's openness, I think, is a big asset.
Yeah, there was a big thing, because last year it filled in
90 seconds?
No, the year before we put the lottery was in, and there were a lot of people going, well, it only favours those in the UK, and I'm sitting there, and they were like, you can take a day off work if you want to enter, and I'm a teacher. It filled between the start of my lesson and the end of my lesson.
Yeah.
Because I sat there and said, well, maybe if there's still a space when I get home after the gates in last year, and then it filled within my lesson.
Yeah.
And I was like, so this way, I think, it was fairer. There was that 24-hour window, you had a chance to put in, and I think it was fairer. I know that doesn't feel very fair for those who got cut. I appreciate, or not cut, but didn't make it through the lottery. Yeah. But from the perspective of everybody having that opportunity all around the world to actually enter, because there was a bigger time window to do that, it was probably the only fair way you could do it.
Yeah, there's no other solution to the oversubscription.
No.
Yeah, no, I couldn't think of one.
And there was a mechanism in place for the people who didn't get in through the lottery, and that's to enter next year.
Yeah, just because you tried to enter doesn't mean you can't try again. Yeah. So I think most authors and artists would like to have the accolade of winning something, so that they can have that badge on their book, or they can put, I'm an award-winning author. But do you think our readers actually care as much as we do? Like, do they know the difference between a judged award? The examples I've got here are like the Gemmell Awards was open voted, like fan voted, and then you've got the Hugos, which is sort of the voting pool is limited to members only and to the committee. Do readers actually care, or are they just like, cool, it won an award?
I think it depends if they're in the community.
Yeah.
And I think it depends from the outside. Some awards have a lot more prestige to people who don't know how the systems work than others. And so therefore the badge means more. To people who are not within the writing community, the name of a badge means more.
Yeah.
My mum will go out and buy books because they've got an award on, because she recognises the award. She doesn't care how it was voted for, how it was judged. That, as far as she's concerned, is a good book because it's won that award.
Yeah. Or is it that it's won an award? No. Or does she know? She knows what each of the awards is.
No, just the specific ones that you hear. The big ones,
like a Booker Prize or whatever.
Yeah.
I think there probably is a kind of, I'm going to steal a term that Rob gave me 2 weeks ago, of social proof. If you have some level of recognition, but there's going to be a hierarchy in readers' heads if they recognise it.
Yeah.
If they don't, I'd still rather take one that, even if no one recognises it.
It's like, I've got it.
Yeah.
It's got a Wikipedia page now, Spiffbo. It's
wow.
official thing. Yeah.
Did one of us make it? Or
no.
So we were talking before about that there are paid awards, and then there are these vanity awards, which I'm going to need a minute to process that. But do you think there's scope to improve or change this particular competition? Where is the evolution going to go? Obviously there's a lottery now. Are we going to get to a point where the judges are like, God, I do not get paid enough for this. I would like to be paid, even if it's in beer.
Or whiskey.
Or whiskey. Where is the evolution? Where's the next 10? Where are we going to be in 10 years for Spiffbo? Or is Mark just going to bug off to Barbados and leave us to fight it out?
It's interesting because
he's gone to Barbados, you can tell.
Contrast with the science version of Spiffbo, which is run in a slightly different way, and I think I've not got involved in that myself, but I understand it is more structured.
Yeah.
And I think it's a bit like sorry to bring in the analogy, but it's a bit like tax law. You've got to keep it simple, because when you make, the more complicated you make, the more indecipherable it becomes, and the more somebody else is making money out of, working out how to game the rules. So I think,
application.
above all else, KISS.
Yeah.
That's fair.
I think the only thing that comes up year on year is an inevitability of writing fantasy is the fact that Spiffbo has a massive element of luck, of your book hitting the right reader depending upon how the team works. Fantasy Faction, a lot of them read the books. So you end up with, they might be last to put their reviews out in a big way, apart from this year where we won't even touch how absolutely distressed all the people are in one particular group that they have heard crickets. They're really quite upset in the Spiffbo Discord that they literally, there's 4 days from the end and most of them have heard nothing at all. Drama. But I think that luck element is the only thing that there's no way to improve it unless you turned around and said to every blog, and then you're getting complicated, that more than one person from each blog should read the book. And I mean, some blogs have multiple readers, some, like Fantasy Book Critic, one reader, and if that reader doesn't like it, your book's gone. Regardless of whether other people in that blog like it or not, they trust each other's viewpoint and perspective, and that is the way they work as a team. And that's entirely within the blog's entitlement to do so, but it does make that aspect of luck far more important as to whether you were lucky enough to happen to hit a judge that happens to like your style of writing.
Or to get in an allocation where, if you're in an allocation where there's a lot of good books, and then there's another allocation where there's just it's just not
a little
not
bit
there.
where I guess the Senlin gives that opportunity for the backup, that if that
It's the issue I always have with Senlin, which is a very difficult rule, and again, Senlin in a sense itself is a classic example of a book that didn't win but did very well out of Spiffbo because just of the profile raising. But a problem I have with Senlin is there's something different from saying we had 30 books in our blog and yours just wasn't the best, to we had 30 books in our blog and even if there had been no other books, you were never going to be good enough.
Well, that was my first cut of the week.
That's harsh on readers, on authors.
That was what happened with The Skin, because that was a Senlin year. So it got cut within a week, and then they turned around and said, none of you were good enough, we're picking this other book. And that was like, okay, thanks. That did actually sting quite a lot, because it's like not one of the 30 of us was good enough according to the way they judged with one reader per book, that we weren't all good enough. And that did sting, being in the Senlin group that had that clear through. You sat there and thought all 30 of us weren't good enough?
Ow, man.
Not one of us? Okay, that's harsh. So,
Gray, you had the Laura Prometheus won the award that you call the BRs, but nobody else calls them the BRs.
I like that.
Book Blogger's Novel of the Year Award.
Right, it's easy to say BRs.
But it mostly exists on Twitter.
Yes.
And it has no Facebook presence at all.
Very minimal,
What was the experience like of being in that competition, and then also, but then having the Spiffbo experience where it's everywhere? It's on blogs, it's on Facebook, it's on Twitter.
Book Blogger's Novel of the Year, yes, it's all based on Twitter, but it's also blog-based as well. So it's the same format, but it's worked out through bloggers.
Hence the name.
Hence the name. What you don't have is the sense of community conversation and building around books and entries that you have on Facebook, because there is no group, there's no people talking about it, it doesn't spill over that way. Hand whiskey.
Well, he's got an empty glass.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
That's my second empty glass, and I can see it. So when it came down to actual results, it was surreal, because it was just a countdown. It was, we've got 10 prospective people that could be winning it, down to 5 prospective people could be winning it, down to 3, down to 2, bang, I've won it. So that was wild and weird. What was the rest of your question?
That was it, mostly. I just had a bunch of scattered in questions, but most of them have been covered, so I don't know if anyone's got any questions for our panellists. I'll take the gentleman up front here.
I was just wondering what people think about sort of how you decide who should enter. I've seen people say kind of oh, you know, you shouldn't just write one book and then put that into Spiffo because it's probably not good enough, and people are just putting them in just to kind of get seen and not to win. Like, how do you decide if you're
Just do it.
Just do it.
Yeah,
I mean,
just do it.
from the experience I had in the year that I was in, and from being around the authors that have done years before me and years after me, and being a judge, you need to be ready to cop it. Like, if you have any kind of emotional connection to, you know, your value as a human being in how good your book is, you're not ready. It's not the book, it's you. And you need to be ready to be like, Tio hates it. And, you know, and just live with that, and it's going to be okay. But, yeah, you need to be emotionally ready, and if you're not ready to cop it, good or bad, then maybe just give yourself some time.
I think,
yeah, go on.
go. I had this conversation earlier in another panel that there are actually very few bad books. There's just books that aren't ready yet. The fact that you've written one book, not 5, I don't think matters. But your book needs to be ready, it needs to be polished, it needs to be edited, it needs to be good to go. If you've just read it through a couple of times yourself, proved it with Grammarly and put a cover on it that you found on the internet, then yeah, you're going to lose. It's down to the individual author. You need to understand what you're going in for, and decide yourself, and among other people that you can trust, get their opinion. Is it ready? And if it's ready, go for it.
I think the thing is, the readiness is about the professionalism, okay? And again, as Alicia says, your confidence and ability to deal with the consequences. But as we have said on many times, despite what some blogs might claim, book judging is not an objective business. It's very subjective.
Very subjective.
I mean, there's Barthes' Death of the Author, which is about basically essentially every meaning of every book is fashioned anew between what the writer has written and what the reader has brought to it. So it's harsh, and sometimes, you know, you may find people don't warm to your books. And again, as a case in point, there was one rather famous review of Prince of Thorns, which was quite scathing, but simply because the blogger was coming at that book from a very different point of view, and admired the writing, but couldn't really engage with the book, and then obviously it got blown up into a load of garbage by other people. But it is, your book will be perfect for some people. Hopefully it'll be the blog that picks it up, but if it's not perfect for them, that doesn't mean that you should get too depressed about it.
I think when you enter, you need to keep 2 other things in mind. Like, 290 books are going to cop it before the final. So be prepared. Don't take it to Twitter or anywhere published.
Oh no, don't
and
do that.
have your support group ready. Because you will vent and you will need to vent, but you need to do it in a private space with people you trust who are not going to blow you wide open and go, this author's an arsehole. You need to have that space to vent, kind of almost ready to go, because 290 are going to get cut before the final.
And it's a small community, and people talk, as Julia said, the main rule from last year is don't be a dick.
Yep.
Yeah.
So don't rush, but also just do it. Like, don't overthink it, I guess. Any more? Adrian.
Hello. Does the panel think there should be a single winner? I've noticed that from the Turner Prize to the Hugos to the book.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That curation is what people want. We need creation. How many million books are published every year on Amazon? And so and it's a creative endeavour. Every book is different in its own way. So picking a single winner always felt weird to me. But I thought if all these competitions, I'm asking a question, this one, were these books were the ones we most loved out of, or at least 5 or 6, whatever it is, then you've got that range, and they're all considered equal. You don't get the feeling of semi-final. You don't get the feeling of losing finalist or whatever. We put these forward. I always thought that would be
I always perceive the whole of the finalist 10 as being the ones. Yeah, the whole 10, not just the winner. The winner is like an extra trophy to hang on top, but if you were one of the finalists, that gives me, to me, that's that curated list. When you see people talk on the Fantasy Faction Facebook page, and people say, where do you want to look at for indie fantasy if you've never read it before? It's never the SPFBO winners, it's look at the finalists. It's that whole range of the group from each year.
I think it might be cool to have like a flag of saying, and this was the best grimdark of this year, or maybe this was the best romance of this year, or maybe, you know, can we, I don't know,
It's an interesting point.
subgenre it.
We are, as a species, almost addicted to the kind of Highlander notion that there can only be one winner.
Yeah.
But actually what you would like to feel from the reviews that we all write is that you get a flavour of the book and you understand whether this is a book for you or not. And sometimes you can be surprised by it, but there's some books that I've heard about that I need to pick up because, oh yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
And it's the discussion around the book which I think is more important than the label of winner. And it's an interesting point because we're addicted not just to winners, but to single-person protagonists. And maybe we need more collective protagonists and more collective winners.
Everyone gets a coin. You do? No.
They get a coin, but yes.
Anyone else have a response to Adrian's question?
I think the fact the finalists, that phase of competition lasts for 5 months.
Yeah, 5 or 6
something,
months,
you know,
yeah.
To me it does feel like, even when you're asking the question, I thought that the finalists do feel like that curated list and they get that scrutiny or spotlight for that time.
It's so stressful. It's so stressful. And mine happened during COVID, and honestly, like, I couldn't read.
I keep being told I'm not going to be able to write, but I'm like, but I'm moving house next summer.
No,
I have to finish the third book.
I couldn't do anything.
I've got to finish it somehow.
I couldn't function as a human being during that time because it was just constantly, it was blog interviews and it was podcast interviews and it was just you know, and everything was on Zoom and it was just this chaos that I had never encountered. I'd climbed out of a hole in Australia and gone, I've got a book, and just kind of chucked it. And what happened was that it just blew up and I had no idea how to deal with that. And it was, that was good luck, have fun with that next 5 months.
And I have, at some point, I've got these bits that these guys from this year want me to tell.
Yeah, good.
Pass on. So generally, so I asked them all this morning or last night because they're all on different time zones. Bar today's one, if any of them had any messages that or anything I wanted to pass on to the audience. So from Adrian, who was the first one announced this year, he said a lot of gratitude, please, from his part to Mark for running the competition each year and being so involved, and to all the self-pub reading community who were supported and open-minded to all the new kinds of stories that Indie allows us to produce. And he also then put in brackets who knew people would be so into my weird fungal shit. K.R. Ganji has also said in agreement, and what an awesome thing to help bring stories to light in such a way, and again to Mark, his eternal thanks. J. Andrews, she loves that SBFPO has shined a spotlight on so many great books over the last 10 years. So over the whole of the last 10 years, and so she asked me to pass on the other bit I did earlier about the fact that not every indie wants to get the contract. They just want that profile, they want that opportunity. And Hidori, who was one of the last ones that was added into the group in that point, an event like this must take so much hard work to organise over and over. He's truly grateful, she's truly grateful to Mark and everybody involved in judging and the blogs, and I obviously couldn't contact today's one, but yeah. Oh, and Joaquin has also said the coins are lovely and nice and weighty, and thank you very much. So yeah, they really wanted me to pass that on today, because obviously none of them, the current finalists, are in the UK, so they couldn't be here.
Which just goes to show how far the competition's gone.
Yeah.
Because it's everywhere.
Yeah.
Like a vine. Any more questions? Kareem?
Can I have some more whiskey, please? In all seriousness, my question is, I'll be there in a second. What I'm really curious about is when you're in that process and you're waiting, when you get that result, like if you've not got through or you have, how does that affect your sort of creative process? Like when you're writing, does that?
It ruined me.
I mean, I imagine it could just really stunt you.
It did.
Or it could, depending on your personality, maybe it could just really give you, right, screw these guys, let's go.
Yeah.
Or can you take it? Because, writing is horrendous when you're putting yourself out there sometimes, but depending on your personality, I guess. I'm just curious to know how that...
Yeah. I mean, Gates was announced pretty early. It was announced in June. but because I'd already scheduled a launch for Unfamiliared in Glasgow, I had to write because I had a deadline of a launch in Glasgow.
Yep.
So I had to get that finished. But the book I was working on quietly alongside, which has now been 12 months and it's never taken me this long to write a book, has now currently had to be shelved because my brain just can't cope with that. And I'm returning to Gates because that's a world I'm very comfortable in, and I feel like I might be able to finish it.
Yep.
Because I've got the incentive to, but I am struggling. I'm sitting down at my computer and I am struggling to write because, I'm determined that I'm going to ignore that. And I'm going to try, because I've got different goals again, because I've got a deadline, I'm trying to move house, I need to have that first draft finished before we move, because it's not going to get done for another year, so it's got to happen. So I'm hoping that is a stronger emotion than, oh crap, there might be another review, or something like that. So I'm hoping that I've got to finish it, because this is the date I'm moving in this time period, and I don't want to be trying to finish it.
Yeah.
Because it's literally, we are moving from one side of the UK to the other. This isn't a small move, this is a literal uproot for our entire family. So it has to be finished by then. So I'm hoping for me that will be a stronger drama than the Spiffbo stress. This is my hope. And I know Alicia's looking at me going, you ain't going to write anything for the next 6 months. I'm like, no, I am.
I'm so grateful that by the time I decided that I was going to enter it, the second book was pretty much finished and was off being edited, so the sort of the really hard work was done and I could just do the editing. But then I was coming up to launching the second book, but to then have one book being a finalist in Spiffbo, going through the process of babysitting the launch of the second one and trying not to let it fail, and then trying to think, how am I actually going to wrap up this whole trilogy and not have it be this thick and also terrible because I can't focus and COVID's happening and I'm stranded in the UK and then I'm stranded in Australia and then I'm here and there and everywhere, and I couldn't write and I couldn't read. That's what I really struggled with. I could probably sit down and just write in my own world because I was familiar with it by that point, but I couldn't read other people's work. I couldn't separate myself emotionally and just relax because I was always on my phone and I was always on my computer and it was just so overwhelming. But yeah, I think different people will function differently. I know that other people in our group, Rob, had very similar experiences over that particular year, and I don't think that COVID was any small. I think it was a big part of it.
It was my second time in the test, which was a very different experience. The first time I was very much like you, I couldn't actually function. I was constantly checking my phone, but the second time I actually got a lot more relaxed about it.
Yep. This is the most chill.
So the moral is enter twice.
Excellent. Maybe that's where I'm going to get this book finished. Right?
Yeah. You've already done it. It's okay. Any other questions? Anyone else? Rob, what could you possibly have to ask?
So, God forbid that Mark ever decides to step away from this contest. And, assuming that he may possibly in the future, do you think Spiffbo can continue without Mark's blessing?
Without his blessing? Ooh. If we have...
As in we actively took Spiffbo away from
Do we take away the baby? Does he want us to take it away? I think it needs somebody, a singular person, to oversee it. I don't think this is something that you can do as a democracy. It needs a dictator. It needs an overlord, evil or otherwise.
No, it needs a benign overlord who's willing to keep it simple.
Okay.
And just avoid the drama and not overcomplicate things. So an overlord with good PR, is what you're saying.
Not Lord Garmadon then. Because he would be so good.
Patrician.
The patrician, definitely.
Yeah. So I do think that you do need a singular person to run it, because this sort of thing, it would die in committee. I don't think it would be fun, because you've got too many moving parts and you've got too many differing opinions and you've got 10 different blogs who want to run it 10 different ways, and if you split up, it'd be a mess.
Does it have to be Mark?
Do you want to be I think this is a coup! This is a coup!
I'm very big name, but assuming that he wasn't attached, would Spiffo continue even without that big name? Like, you can have any overlord, but would it be able to continue even without the name of Mark?
Rob wants the job.
I really don't.
Rob wants the job.
How to continue?
Was that what you're asking? Not did you want to steal it away from Mark?
Real-time food. I think what he's created is self-sustaining.
At this point, yeah.
At this point, but the figurehead makes the difference.
Yes.
It gives it a different sort of credibility.
Yeah. My decision to even self-publish was actually a little bit shaped by the fact Spiffo was there and there was a specific name attached to it.
As a massive
We need some succession planning, Mark.
I think this is what Rob's saying. He's panicking.
House of the Dragon 2.0. God, could you imagine? So he is planning to go to Barbados, and he is going to leave us here to fight over a pointy stick.
No.
That's not how it will work.
You sure?
Pretty.
Any more for any more?
How would it
No, we're good. Hi, Bab.
Can you go back to this thing about things dying in committee? I'm interested.
We can talk about that. We'll get one of those bottles and we'll have a chat. You need an evil.
Some committees are good committees.
Yes, there are definitely things that are okay in committee.
Point me towards it, that'd be great. I didn't lose my leg in committee.
Are you sure? Was it a really bad meeting? I knew that other story was bollocks. Meg is the real Meg. You know the shark? She's a shark. You got it.
I got it too.
I got it. The referee all got it.
Everybody else had as well.
I'm going home. Thank you very much, everybody. 10 years.
And now we get to question.
You want an audience and panel photograph. Everybody up for a selfie? Who's got long arms?
I really actually do.
What, have long arms?
Yeah, no, I do. Like when I get my arrows, people are like, yeah, but are your arms long enough to reach the back of the room and get the entire...